Recording in progress.
Cindy, are we ready? Are we ready?
Good afternoon, Chair. We've got sufficient. Let me just double check. Apologies, Chair. I'm at meeting and I'm doing. If we could wait just a few more minutes, maybe 2 more minutes, Chair, just so that I can. We've got Mr. Darkmore here. Mr. Chair, if we could wait for just a few more minutes for a few more NA members to join, please. Is that okay?
Okay, you let me know, ne?
I will. Thank you so much.
How many do we need for operation?
To proceed with the meeting, we need 5 members from both the NA and the NCLP. But if we need to elect a co-chairperson, then we need at least 5 members from the NA present.
Okay.
Okay, I'll alert you as soon as we've got sufficient members.
All right.
Thank you.
Honourable members, we don't want to keep you waiting here without giving you the information on what exactly is happening. We are busy communicating with honourable members if they can join wherever they are for us to form a quorum. If you look at the platform from the NCOP, it's only myself and Honorable Badenhorst, and also on the National Assembly, you have Honorable Dartmoor and Honorable Helen. So I think if we can give us time just to check other honorable members, maybe especially members of the committee can assist us to get other members to join so that we can start with the meeting. So we just wanted to give you an update on why we are not starting the meeting yet. Thank you very much.
I'm also. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Honorable
Yes,
Doris, Honorable Chair, Honorable Doris Mpapade is in the Rules Subcommittee meeting of the NA. So it started sitting at 5. I'm sure when she finishes, she will log in on this one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think at least if you can get the 5 members from the National Assembly so that you can be able to elect the chair on their side. And we hopeful that also Honorable Khanyane will join us because we are also trying to get hold of him. Honorable members, that is that. Let's keep waiting. We'll let you know. And as honorable members are connecting on the virtual platform. Thanks very much. Cindy, can you please confirm if we are correcting, and especially on the side of the NA?
After changes, we've now got 5 members present on the NA side. Ms. Neil May, Mr. Doug Moore, Ms. Clark, Ms. Mukalipi, and Mr. Hadebe. We may proceed, Chair.
Okay, then we can continue with our meeting.
We may proceed, Chair, yes.
Yes, good evening, honorable members. I think due to network challenge, can you please allow me to put my video off? I just wanted you to see that it is myself who's chairing the meeting. The leadership of the Parliament, the Honourable Speaker, Mayor Togodi Diza, the NCOP Chair, Mary Philem Tony, the STP and the members of the staff from the Parliament, any members of the portfolio from the Select Committee and the Portfolio Committee, and other guests present here, the stakeholders that are on the platform. Welcome to this meeting at which the committee will receive a full presentation on the progress we witnessed yesterday during our oversight. This is an opportunity to explore any issues you could raise, you could not raise yesterday. If you recall, honorable members and the guests, while we were doing the oversight, there was a serious call, especially from the National Assembly members, for them to go back to the city because they had to continue with the business of the day. So unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, we couldn't continue because we felt that it will not be fair for us to continue while other members are not part of the debriefing. I would like to remind all again that the management of the project was devolved from the DPWI to Parliament. The Parliament in turn has appointed the DBSA as an implementing agent. Once the project has been completed, honourable members, it will be handed over to DPWI for management in line with its mandate. And I must also indicate, honourable members and the stakeholders, that you can see that it's only myself who's in the platform. I'm a co-chairing with Honourable Khanyani, who's busy with the ad hoc committee. So now I would like to give an opportunity to the National Assembly members to elect the co-chair so that we can continue with our meeting. Can I get nominations from honourable members of the National Assembly to elect the co-chair? And I'll also request honourable members that just to propose that, given the co-chairperson's current commitment, we elect an acting chair for the duration of the Police Ad Hoc Committee, with a rider that should Mr. Khanyani avail himself or he's free to attend the meeting, then he can continue with the meeting, so that we don't come every time to elect the co-chair. We just elect the person with that the resolution that should Mr. Khanyani, Honorable Khanyani, not available, then the person will be elected, will continue as a co-chair on that day in question. Can I check the nominations for Honorable Mayor? Nilme?
Yes, good afternoon, Honourable Co-Chair, the Speaker, my colleagues present. I'd like to nominate Honourable Cameron Dugmore as the Co-Chair for the rest of the duration until our Co-Chair returns. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on the name of Honourable Dugmore?
Yes, Chairperson, it's Honorable Chris Hoensinger here. I second the proposal. Let's continue.
Okay, Honorable?
Chris Hoensinger.
Oh, Comrade Hunsinger. Oh, Hunsinger. Okay. Can I get the Honorable Dagmo, are you available?
Yes, I am a co-chair. Thanks very much. I'm in your hands. I'm sure you'll do all of the chairing, but I'll be here in case you need any help. Thanks.
Thank you. Before that, let me check if there is any other name proposed. Three, two, one, gone. Thanks very much. Honorable Dagmo will be the co-chair for the standing co-chair for the meetings of the joint standing. Sure, Honorable Kanyane not available. We don't have to go back and elect any other chairperson to chair the meeting in that on that session. Honorable members, can I check, Cindy, can you now deal with item 2, which is the apologies?
Yes, Chair. We've received 2 apologies, one from Member Pane, who was attending a rules committee, and one from Mr. Hadebe, who was traveling, but I see he has now joined us, Chair.
Okay.
No further apologies.
Yes, Honorable Kanyane is on the platform. Thank you very much.
Apologies.
Thank you. Members, can I now go to the adoption of the agenda? There is an agenda, it has been circulated there, which now, after this, it will be the progress report on the reconstruction. Then we go to the discussion. Thank you very much for flicking the agenda on the screen. Can I check the adoption of the agenda? Honorable members? Honorable members, can I get the acceptance of the agenda as Honorable Helen?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'd like to propose that we accept the agenda as it is. Thank you. Adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Helen. The proposal for the acceptance of the agenda. The seconder.
I'll second that. Thank you very much.
Honorable Hansing, seconded. Thanks very much, honorable members.
Point of order, Chairperson. Point of order, Chairperson. It was Honorable Rikus Barnos that seconded.
Oh, my apologies.
No problem.
I saw you
No problem.
myself. I thought it's you.
No, the lines crossed. It's all fine. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, okay. No, thanks very much. Our burden host, my apologies. You were the NCOP member. Thanks for seconding.
No problem, Chair. I'm used to being ignored.
No, you can't say that. Thanks, Honorable Button. The agenda has been adopted. Can we go to the request the Honorable Speaker and Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP to give us the introductory remarks?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I really don't think there might be a need for the introduction, particularly that yesterday, as the entirety of the committee, we did the walkabout to the site, which is what we had requested as the committee that would want to do, and we gladly ensured that all the necessary arrangements are done, including the implementing agent, and we're able to raise issues that on site we were able to raise. I'm sure detailed briefing today, honorable members, will enable us to have a sense now with, at least a framework of what the situation look like. So on that score, Chair, I would not give any broader perspective on the upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. NCOP Chair, Mayor Refile.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Good afternoon to the honorable members on the platform. As the Speaker has indicated, I would like to align myself with the input that she has already made. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, I think I must also indicated yesterday there were members from the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee who were part of us, and they were expecting to have a session, a debriefing session. Unfortunately, we couldn't have that, and then we advised them to write, or even if there is any question that they wanted to pose, to submit it to the Secretariat. So before I give the Secretary to Parliament the opportunity now to get to the report, can I first check also with the Cindy if there is any?
Chair, there are no members from the PC or from the SC, from the Select Committee or the Portfolio Committee that have joined.
No, I'm saying, did you receive any questions from them?
Questions? Oh, apologies, no, Chair, we haven't received any questions.
Okay, no, thanks very much. STP?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and good evening to all honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee, and good evening to the Executive Authority, Madam Speaker and Madam Chairperson. Today we'll be presenting an update from the last presentation we made in June, and also to highlight some of the updates that reflect concrete start of both contractors. And obviously the report we'll be presenting is not the latest as of the 1st of November, rather the end of October status. And we also thought we will, at the request of the implementing agent, to make an update presentation on the video that we played before that could not capture other aspects, particularly clarity on what honorable members saw yesterday, the demolition of the atrium and also the demolition of the porch that shows those columns that were brought down in front of the NA. And members can now relate to how will the entrance be on both sides visually in terms of the design flow. So if there is time, Chairperson, with your permission of members, it can be played for about 9 minutes. But should there be no time, we will understand. We will not start with the play of the video. Thanks, Chairperson. We would be guided in that regard.
Thank you, STP. I think I'm the one who's chairing the meeting. Can you start with the video, then we'll do the presentation? I think the video will also can even assist us when going to the questions. Thanks very much.
South Africa, a diverse and vibrant country located at the southern tip of Africa, known for its stunning natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and complex history.
In 1994, South Africa took a historic step towards democracy as millions of Black South Africans voted for the first time, marking the end of apartheid's decades-long grip on the nation. The embodiment of freedom, Utata Nelson Mandela took oath of office on May 10, 1994, birthing a new dawn for South Africa as its first democratic president.
South Africa's governance is divided amongst three capital cities, with Pretoria located in Gauteng serving as the administrative capital. Pretoria is the seat of the executive branch of government and holds foreign embassies. The Union Buildings in Pretoria forms part of the government's official seat and houses the presidency. The judicial capital is Bloemfontein, also known as the City of Roses, located in the Free State. This city is home to the Supreme Court of Appeal, the second highest court in South Africa.
Western Cape hosts the legislative capital city, Cape Town. The city is home to some of South Africa's most beautiful and diverse landscapes, flora and fauna. Steeped in struggle and turmoil, it is also where our parliament is located, set in the historic precinct within the company's gardens. The parliament has served as a representative body for over 55 million citizens and multiple political parties, driving transformative change, thousands of laws since the end of apartheid.
2 days into 2022, a fire broke out at the parliamentary precinct. For 3 days and nights, more than 300 firefighters worked tirelessly to bring the blaze under control. In the end, much of the National and Old Assembly building would be left gutted. The National Assembly chamber destroyed beyond repair.
Rising from the devastation of the 2022 fire, an opportunity has emerged to reimagine Parliament as a true reflection of South Africa's rich diversity and the constitutional values that shape our democracy. The architectural response gives bold expression to these ideas. The chamber is elevated to the second floor, purposefully revealing the ground level as an accessible public space, a symbolic gesture of land acknowledgement. The design also recognizes the complex and layered history of Parliament, shaped by multiple historical eras.
The legacy of the old architecture, marked by authority, dominance, and imperial ideology, cannot be erased. Instead, it must be confronted and reinterpreted through decolonial design strategies that challenge and transform its meanings.
By peeling away the old facade, space is created for a new architecture to emerge, one that embodies transparency and accountability. The interior is no longer hidden. Instead, it is revealed to the public, inviting openness and trust. The design of the National Assembly encourages moments of reflection and contemplation. At its formal entrance, a symbolic river, fed by the ancient watercourse that runs beneath the building, is brought to the surface as a reflective pond.
This gesture marks a powerful moment of pause as visitors cross the water. They symbolically acknowledge the past while moving forward into a more hopeful future. This river is more than metaphor. It honors the vital role it once played in the daily lives and spiritual rituals of South Africa's first indigenous peoples, who served as custodians of this land long before colonial occupation.
The interior finishes and colors of the chamber continue to honor the heritage of South Africa's indigenous peoples, with a particular emphasis on their deep connection to the land, sky, and water. Warm, sandy tones inspired by the Kalahari Desert and vibrant hues echoing the brightness of the sun are carried through the floors, the walls, and ceiling treatments, creating a neutral space, promoting equity for all. At the heart of the chamber, the symbolism of the tree is powerfully expressed through a central cladding installation that rises from the floor and stretches upward. A gesture of rootedness, growth, and connection to the sky above.
Each floor within the National Assembly takes inspiration from the national symbols of South Africa. It draws on the natural and diverse beauty of the South African landscapes and connects us to this through subtle use of color and texture. The large national chamber previously seating 400 members, now accommodates 1,172 people. The circular shape has enabled a 35% increase in floor space, adding 540 seats within the existing structure's constraints.
Above the chamber on the 7th floor lies the King Protea-themed lounge, a collaborative space for Parliament members with a banqueting hall on the 6th floor, directly connected to the lounge and hosting up to 400 guests. Pause and social interaction areas are dotted within the building. These spaces allow for members to meet informally, fostering collaboration. A members' coffee bar is located on the 1st floor. The space connects the buildings with a generous bridge link at this level.
The public will enter the building from Parliament Street. A new atrium welcomes the visitor and guides them through the refurbished and restored 1910 and 1927 buildings. The public are guided through the old buildings into the new, with the history of the buildings displayed on the walls and interpreted on the floors. The tree sculpture stands for "We the People" and honors the journey of those who have suffered in the shadows. It is constructed of reclaimed timber found in the roofs of the old assembly building.
The tree sculpture is rooted in our land, reaching for our future. It becomes a beacon of hope and reflects the powerful spirit of the South African people. Tying into the theme of the National Chamber, being held up by the forest of Yellowwoods, the sculpture echoes the same sentiment of strength and resilience. Boardrooms throughout the old and new assemblies will have common furnishings and finishes. We have doubled the number of committee rooms in the National Assembly.
Expanding on the original provision of 7 committee rooms, the new design is doubled in its accommodation. It now accommodates a total of 14 committee and boardrooms, enhancing the building's capacity for democratic engagement. The former chamber will be carefully restored to its original grandeur, preserving its historical significance. Its interior draws inspiration from the diverse landscapes of South Africa and align with the broader National Assembly design, which celebrates and integrates national symbols.
A seamless transition from old to new will be created through the common use of color, texture, and key design elements. The new lane through the courtyard allows the ease of movement between buildings. Parliament is viewed as a site of transformation and inclusion, of transparency, integrity, and accountability.
As visitors enter the newly established public realm on the ground floor of the National Assembly, they encounter a contemporary interpretation of the Lekgotla, a traditional space of gathering and dialogue. The chamber is elevated above the space, supported by 12 concrete columns symbolizing South Africa's 12 official languages, including sign language.
These columns are inscribed with writings, artworks, and cultural symbols that reflect the country's rich diversity. Together, they form a powerful architectural expression of unity through difference, a celebration of South Africa's strength and its plurality. Parliament seeks to embody the vision of a people's parliament by creating an environment rooted in inclusion, dignity, and belonging. The design places strong emphasis on accessibility, ensuring that all South Africans, including persons with visual impairments, can navigate the space with ease. Key features such as a generous ramp leading to the main chamber reinforce his commitment to universal access and participation.
Moments of resonance and reflection invite visitors to connect with the past while envisioning the future. One such poignant feature is Mandela's Point in space, a bridge extending into the void that marks the precise location where Nelson Mandela was nominated as South Africa's first democratic president. As visitors walk along the bridge, they can read and listen to the story of that historic day, honoring and immortalizing our nation's enduring struggle for freedom and democracy.
the new Parliament of South Africa is designed as an inclusive space where citizens can be heard and engage meaningfully with the institution's daily functions. Placing the voice of the people at its core, it offers an interactive platform that encourages public connection and provides a welcoming environment for diverse voices to be expressed.
Visitors can explore the space through advanced technology, including interactive information stations and live streaming of committee meetings and parliamentary debates. This versatile venue also accommodates exhibitions, performances, and guided tours, fostering community engagement and serving as a dynamic backdrop for shared experiences. Importantly, the design also honors South Africa's collective memory, preserving and reflecting the nation's history to inspire present and future generations.
Contributing to the broader tourism landscape of Cape Town and South Africa, the new Parliament offers visitors a meaningful opportunity to engage with the rich history of our past as we collectively work towards the future.
As a proud member of the global community, the refurbished Parliament building stands as a powerful symbol of democracy, justice, and the enduring values that unite our nation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We would now, with your permission, proceed to the presentation, and our information agent would lead the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, the chair and the co-chairs, and as well as the speaker and members of the committee and STP and my colleagues. My name again, Chena Rampele. It was great also then connected with members yesterday, as the speaker has indicated. So I also, Honorable Chair, going to request, was it's also raining this side of our Pretoria, so I'm just going to, just because our network may also be affected, I'm just going to ask that maybe just to switch off my camera, and then I'll proceed from that very same point. But in particular, Chair, we really want to then, and Sapang, can you put the presentation through? And we just want to also appreciate the walkabout yesterday. I think it gave us the strength we needed as a team to then take you through what we are going through there and what we're really building in that regard. And I think this is the journey that we always then say together, if we take this journey, I think we will then arrive at where we really would want to get to. And I think for us it was really very, very appreciated. Chair. So I'm just waiting for the right presentation to come through. So I'm not sure I'm seeing something here, which is basically, is it still the committee members? So I see the different thing here. Okay. No, thank you so much. If you go to the first slide, Mr. Snodel. Thank you, members. I think I'm going to take you through the project itself in terms of where we are. The first slide, particularly, just begin to outline what we're going to cover. And like as I said even yesterday, is to then say that we're prevailing on a parliament infrastructure program and scope. We prevail on a parliament infrastructure program and scope. When we engaged in the beginning in the sixth administration process, we then agreed to then say, the reconstruction of parliament may not necessarily have to be seen in isolation with other programs. And that's why we thought we packaged it as an infrastructure program that would have included what I'll cover in terms of the thing. It would include the reconstruction of the National Assembly. It would also include the offices, as the Speaker indicated yesterday, to say it is a linkage to then say when members lost offices in that regard, that is part of the whole entire conceptualization to then make sure that we deal with these issues not in isolation. And I think there are a number of packages that I will explain about in terms of the next slide. And in the next slide, we then want to highlight those packages and how far we went in relation to this program that we're talking about. As we look at this, and just for ease of reference, is that at that time when we took over as DBSA on the 6th of March 2023, we then sat with Parliament and started to look in terms of what can we do in the meantime to make sure that we start, to see that the construction starts. We had a number of packages because the building was banned beyond recognition. Then we thought the first thing is to deal with the early enabling works. Early enabling works, we were talking about, ensuring that the safe access roads, because at that time, after it was undeclared to be a crime scene, we had to come in and really get the structural engineers to start determining as to where we walk, how do we then begin to assess even more. And that also was more to contribute to ensuring that Parliament, in terms of the Auditor General that was auditing them, just for us to then begin to prove that part of the assets that they may have to really be verified do exist or doesn't exist anymore as a cause of fire. And that's why we then had that early enabling works on the safe access routes. Then we also decided to let's scan the building as it is, so that at least we have a clear digital records and the surveys in terms of what is basically existing there. So that part was very important for us in the process of building, the journey in terms of where we started. And at that time, I think the commitment from STP was to then say we need to also then begin to build these offices. And then we did those offices at the fastest time that I think it enabled us. Those 155 offices in 6 weeks and 7 weeks, we're done with them and then started to ease the access in terms of that. And then one of the things that we thought was important at that time was to then say there was too much rubble and nobody could see anything. That's why we took some of those members at that time to just see, and resonate with what is happening there. Then we did a very huge rubble removal, and tons of rubble has been removed from that point. We did the asset recovery process, and I think what was critical for us was the temporary roof, because the water, as it is raining, then the water was just like piling in there. We had to pump liters and liters of water out of that particular building to make sure that it dries. So that was the package A that we called it. That package, members, has been completed. It is done. We completed that part. And then the package B is exactly what I think is of critical importance that we're faced with, which is regard to the repairs and upgrade of the new assembly. We categorized it into three as package B1, package B2, package B3. And the package B3 was more the demolition. We could have done the demolition as part of the contractor that has been appointed now. But we thought, look, let's be smart enough to try and see that we then run packages parallel, because then the demolition, if we do demolition, then the designers at the same time they are busy, then we should really then be in a position to look to ease time. And it was our strategy to try and see how then do we then begin to salvage time in relation to construction. Because if we could have dealt with demolition as in now, the reality is that we were going to then have been still busy in the face of a demolition, and we thought the design doesn't have anything to do with the delay in this regard. So we need to then start the demolition. That's what we started and completed the demolition. And so you saw that very same part where the chamber is going to be built. We had to break that and remove all of that particular rubble in that regard. So that work was done, and then we then now actively in the new assembly and the old assembly. So that is what we call the package 2. So work package 3 was more the master plan. I think what we're looking at is to try and be foreseeing and futuristic in terms of how should then, the parliament precinct look like. And then we had to deal with the kind of spatial planning and begin to start looking at the conceptual designs to that effect. That is just more on the side of trying to prepare that in the future, as we build up this thing, how do we then, as parliament, get to create a proper master plan that will then begin to dictate the development of parliament in the precinct itself. And then the other package was total facilities management. Again, was to then say, we're going to build this infrastructure. How are we going to deal with the issue of facilities maintenance? And we extended this beyond just parliament itself, but beginning to look at also, the parliament accommodation areas that we have in the various areas to then say, we need to look at it in totality. And that was the framework that we had to then deal with. But then the last package was package E, which is critical, was the 90 Plain Street refurbishment. That's why we're dealing with the 3rd, 8th, 9th, and 10th floors in that regard. So members, that is just more, I dwell much more on this to try and again, emphasize that framework in terms of what we called the Parliament Infrastructure Program, because it's going to be critical to appreciate that when we talk about a budget of 4.6, it's not like 4.6 in terms of the National Assembly. We have received a number of, inquiries, maybe some from media guys, to then say, how can the National Assembly cost 4.6? And we said, no, it's 4.6 is a program. And then therefore we can dissect this particular process. Obviously, I'll explain as to how much we've appointed on each and every one in that regard. So in the next slide, we will then appreciate, we thought it's important to cast the timelines. And these timelines, I'm not necessarily gonna dwell much on them. It was just to indicate where we started. That's the journey from the 2nd of January 2022 when the fire took place, but also to then begin to articulate, put in place the investigations that has happened. That's when the whole site has been a crime scene. And again, then beginning to then indicate to you that when you look at the timeline in 2023, and the 6th of March 2023, that's when the DBSA was particularly appointed and the site having to be handed over to us. And then we started dealing with all of those packages that I've indicated. But parallel to that was our strategy of saying, let's then inaugurate the issues around, appointment of the designers for this building so that we can determine the budget and the baseline for the rebuilding of Parliament, but also then to ensure that we also deal with the procurement proactively. And the proactive approach we took was to then look at the country and say, in the country, what is the capacity we have to rebuild this building? And then we then advertise and run the process parallel to the design process, where we run a process of pre-qualifying contractors and all of the major construction companies that we can think about in South Africa that we have built capacity of, then tendered for that particular work, and they were pre-qualified and appointed at that point in time. And that's when we then started to then say, then as we finish the design, then we'll then get to run that process. So this exercise, or this particular slide, is just beginning to explain as to the journey that we particularly took in this regard. And I think of importance is to then indicate, to then say, with regards to the contractor of the National Assembly, we appointed them basically on the 5th of December 2024, and then we then appointed for the old assembly on the 19th of June. So it's just explaining that particular process and the journey that we traveled. And one can ask us to then say, you appointed in December, why didn't you start in December and start in April? So in December, of course, that's when we then appointed. Obviously, it was already late in December. And then January, as you know, that is a builder's break, and we then started in January. But in January, we submitted for the construction permit to the Department of Labor. So the Department of Labor is where we also had a little bit of a fish, but we managed to sort it out intergovernmentally to then, because at that time we were expecting to have gotten the construction permit on the 24th of February. Unfortunately, when we then thought, this is in process, we then discovered that no, that has not been the case, and we had to re-engage up until we got the construction permit at that point in time, and that's what dictated us to start at that particular time, which is basically starting in April 2025. So in the next slide, And I think in terms of at the end, that's where we're putting that end to then say we would really want to then be looking at a practical completion of both on the 30th of November, and beginning to make sure that at the end of the day everything is proper and the building is well commissioned and certified at that point. Meaning, as I said yesterday, January, we're looking at making sure that all in all, we have got all the certification that one can think about. So in the next slide, it is just to then begin to then start again to then indicate to you what you have seen yesterday, the reconstruction of the National Assembly, and that's basically beginning to give you an indication of the capacity that we spoke about, to then say initially, when you look at on the picture on the left, it is when you have joint sitting, that's the kind of cramping that you normally will see, that the congestion that will take place. But now we're saying that we also, as we're designing for future and not necessarily just beginning to replace what has been there. And that's why now the capacity of this one, as we heard from the video, is 1,172 planned sitting capacity, which will definitely then make it very easy for members in essence. And like as it has been explained yesterday, there is basically the improvement, great and huge improvement in relation to the sitting itself. And that's on the next slide. It's just to then indicate you've seen the contractor. That's the contractor that we appointed, as we said, is Robex. And then we are really particularly at the tight monitoring of this program. And of course, as I said, the critical thing in construction is also to then begin to look at and being anticipatory, and also even to deal with the risks that might really emanate from this. And part of what we've been managing so far is basically those particular kind of risks, and one of them being that stream that the speaker questioned about yesterday, to how dealing with that water, because water is just springing out underneath in basement minus 2. And that in basement minus 2, that's where most of the broadcasting and servers is going to be sitting. So it's going to be very, very important for us to then be very, very meticulous about how we deal with that particular flow, in ensuring that ultimately, because that's the heart of the whole Parliament in terms of electronic and audio communication. So, and that's what we've been working on, and then we found a solution ultimately, and that's why that as it was explained yesterday, the water also we're exploring utilizing for the stream that we've seen in the entrance. We also then were looking at seeing as to whether we cannot really utilize that water for the flushing of the ablutions within the building itself. And that's basically beginning to just be water saving and beginning to utilize that water for the purpose intended. And like as we said, the budget for this program is basically we're targeting 2.2 billion. Of construction, of the construction value, and like as we said, part of the key strategic risks that we've seen are those which we are really managing so far in relation to that. So where you were sitting yesterday on the platform, that's where you're going to then find that we're going to have that's where we're having a challenge of the rock, but that has also been overcome because there's a very solid rock there. They had to really be in a position to work tirelessly to then dismantle that particular rock. And that's why you see when we look at that kind of a drum, it's where it will then just be located and facing the Table Mountain. So that's basically that hard rock that had to be dealt with, because it's very, very fundamental for the foundation of the chamber itself. So in the next slide, and that I think is just the artistic impression of how this is going to look like, and then we're intending to really produce this particular drawing as it is. So if you look at this next slide, it's just to look at what you have seen yesterday. That's basically the core of this construction. If you see us casting this and this being done, it is really going to really be the critical, that's sitting on our critical path in relation to the project itself. Because then once we cast this, then the chamber is standing, and it will get to, if you look at the picture, it will get to that 5th floor, which is basically the last little bit of the last slab that you see on the left picture, and that's why as it says, then it is going to really be covering those up until to those floors. And as I said, we are extending the building with 2 other floors up, which is going to have 6 and 7, and including the roof at that point. And that's the kind of the reason why we are pillaring it more strongly. Some of the pillars that has been there, we had to extend them from the small to the bigger pillars. All of them, we've actually done that so that we can really strengthen this structure. So, and that has been completed. So all of the columns, as we speak, underneath the basement minus 1, in terms of basement minus 1 and 2, that has been done. And that's why now we're then beginning to look at this. So in the next week, we'll then just be casting concrete to then begin to create that particular floor. So in the next slide, you can just see it's just showing you the kind of the steel that goes into us building those columns. And like as I said, some of the columns were very, very small. We had to really expand them. So this is just more to ensure that we're showing you how that rock had to be broken down, and that's basically the structural works that has been undertaken there, and also just showing you the kind of reinforcement that is taking place. Because part of what we may not have explained is that it's more building a structure that is what we call seismic compliant, so that even if there is any particular shake or earthquake, then the building is able to then resonate with that. And that's basically from a principle of building a climate resilient infrastructure, because it's quite very important for us to understand Cape Town and the kind of climate that we normally receive. But more importantly is to ensure that this building is climate resilient, and that at whatever point in time it is able to then sustain. And that's why we're really having such an amount of steel that basically take place there. So I think, in terms of the National Assembly, I think you have seen exactly what we're doing. I think in the next a month, you are going to see a very good progress in relation to the casting of that. For now, it's just still fixing and making sure that all is in order, testing, and once you test it, then we're able to then put concrete in that regard. So on the program that I think is very important, and then I've located it from the 1st of April 2025, is to then begin to then indicate to you that we set to ourselves that by September 2025, we must have dealt with basement minus 1, basement minus 2, and have all of that sorted out. And in all of that has been achieved in the past 6 months. That has been sorted out. So now we're in the second phase of the targets that we've put for ourselves to then say by March 2026, what you're going to see the first floor emerging, the second floor. You're going to see the first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, sixth floor structural columns having to be built. So for now, we're going to really be in a position to start building all of those columns that are going to be carrying, the additional load that had to do with the sixth and the seventh floor, and so on. So, and again, that's when we start to see us connecting all of those where we demolished, connecting that particular kind of slabs into the building. And then we're hopeful that we are sure that at that point in time, the 7th floor structural columns and beams will be in place. And then the most important thing is for us to ensure that there's a roof structure. Once the roof structure is in and then we're roofed, then it's easier even to fast track the process, because then we don't have to really be worried about the rains, because then the rain would have been, the roof would have been covering that. And that's part of the strategy that we're looking at. Then we'll start seeing the brickwork and the plastering and the painting starting to take place that time. So that's what we're looking at doing to make sure that by March 2026, all of that are in place. And now on a milestone of 18 months, which is basically from that 6 months and after finishing this, so we're thinking that by that very same year, September, we should be talking a different language of saying, we are showing members that basement minus 2, basement minus 1, and the ground floor, we're starting to then begin to then look at the floor finishings in that regard. And one thing for sure, at that point in time, we're thinking that at that point in time, we're planning, we'll be dealing with internal fittings, the toilets, the offices. We'll then be dealing with all of those particular kind of finishings. And then if we're done with that by September, and when we're done by September, then we will then be dealing with the issue of the electronic installations, and that we anticipate that by that time, the November 2026, we should really be in a position to be dealing with all of those particular elements. That's basically just fitting the audiovisual and then the broadcasting stuff, and starting to deal with some landscaping outside, and we're thinking that at that point in time, if it comes to a push, we'll then can push to then do the commissioning and the testing, and we see that probably by December, then we are all very comfortable to then say the building therefore is done. Then we can really start doing that test. So we defined it this way to just make it easier to follow, to then ensure that if you see certain milestones being done this way, if we finish this, then this is the next milestones that are going to really be covered. And members, what we decided to do is that on the broadcasting element, that's why we integrated as part of the budget for the building. So in that 2.2 billion that we're talking about, it's not only like the brick and mortar, it's also the issue around ICT embedded in there. And the reason why we embedded it is because we wanted to ensure that there's integration. Integration clearly from the point of saying that we don't have to get another person that comes and this guy then says, no, but I don't have the conduit to put the cable. So that's why we said we were forcing the integratedness in that regard. So in this regard, if you unpack the budget from that 2.2, then you start realizing that basically close to 900 or 500 or so million is basically for broadcasting and all of this AV stuff. So it's not like all of that money is just for brick and mortar, but it's also about the finishes that has to go with this thing. And like as I said, members, what we decided to do, part of the strategy again, was to order long lead material. All of the material that is required to be, even if it's going to be used in September next year, we started to place the order now so that we're able to then structure and synchronize the supply chains of this, so that tomorrow we don't find ourselves that the lift has to really be installed and we're still waiting for it for it to come somewhere, because some of these things has to be fabricated in the factory. So in some cases we started to then say the lift shaft has to really be dealt with at this point in time. Then the lift has to really be, when the time comes for installation, it then becomes very easy. And that's one of the things that really we want to explore. We're exploring for the advantage of the time that we really have. And that's just explaining, our journey in terms of what we anticipate going forward. So in the next slide, we're just covering the order assembly. On the order assembly, as we indicated, our biggest challenge has really been in the planning process. But it was very important to then begin to dwell much more on the planning part, because it's the most sensitive, heritage-sensitive building. We had to really be in a position to even comply with the National Heritage Council's requirements that we'll have to do the 9 months, public participation and those particular engagements that needed to happen. But we at the time that we started in 2023, we anticipated this and started to activate the processes at that time, so that we try and manage the issue of time. Because if we could have waited, it was going to really take us too long, members, to then have to, because we have to statutorily comply with that particular kind of a 9 months process of consultations in relation to the heritage. And that's why at the end of the day, this one had to take us to the point where we then had to appoint, particularly in July 2025, because we had to really be in a position to wrestle around and with the South African Heritage Council. But thanks to them for really having supported and really been part, and we have really managed to be where we are, also with the contribution that they've had to give. Because I think that demolition of the atrium that we've seen was also then also socialized with them at that time as part of the design, and I think that's where we reached a consideration to then say that particular portion can really be done. That's why you can see now on the picture there, then that atrium is now beginning to open, shedding light into the process. So that's the kind of work that has happened, and that is not a 20 months, it's an 18 months. That's why we said we need to synchronize it with the process. So again, we are pushing that we then get this done. And again, in that 1.3 billion appointment of Trancon is basically also inclusive of not just only brick and mortar, but also it's inclusive of the ICT equipment in that regard. So I think part of what we are finding as some of the risks is that because this building was just being connected at that point in time, we're finding that there is also issues of the asbestos material, which is quite very hazardous. And then we are then looking at sorting out that particular process in accordance with the way of asbestos disposals. And I think, as we said, the heritage team is working very tirelessly to make sure that even the heritage council has to guide us as to where do we go, what do we take, what do we salvage, what do we treat again, and so on and so on. So now that's why we've shown you yesterday in terms of the demolition that will happen. This is basically for that atrium and beginning to ensure how that atrium is going to look like, in ensuring that it does the daylight optimization and the natural ventilation to that effect. So I think on the picture we did show it as what it is. So that demolition was approved by SARA itself. Obviously, we bounced things with them, and some of the things like the carpets, as we explained yesterday, there are carpets that they said we need to restore. And then if you look at the chamber there, we have to take all of that out and go and treat them properly and restore them in the original form in a nice way and bring them back in that regard. So this is the building that we're working every day with the Heritage Council so that we don't make any mistake, because once a mistake, then it can really be something that can be stopped. So in that regard, on the next slide, which is just to then indicate to you how we are salvaging the kind of heritage material that is coming out of there. Like as we said sometime on what has happened to some of the manuscripts and other things that has been there. When we started, we rescued that particular kind of documentation that had more mold and all of that. So we took it. We have preserved it very nicely at a place outside outside Parliament, and that at the time then be treated and be brought back as Mr. Marshall indicated yesterday. So then we're also packaging that so safely, storing all of the heritage salvage material in that regard. Those that we get guided to then say this one you can dispose, then we dispose and then replace it with whichever that we replace with. So that is the kind of meticulousness and the precision that we need to really deal with, especially when it comes to this building. Very important that we really walk that particular path with these guys. So again, with that one, I thought let's start and structure it, and structure it in such a manner that we then show members how this what are the milestones on each and every part. So we thought by December what we would have done, we would have demolished and created the main entrance, as you see. We would have basically stripped all and protected all the heritage items. We will then be starting the excavations and the foundations for each and every for the blocks that are really required. As we told you yesterday, is A, B, D, and E. We think if by December we've dealt with that aspect, then the next milestones will then be for us starting to then look at the structural foundation, building the bases and the columns to that effect internally. Some of them we couldn't get into, and then also beginning to deal with all of these blocks. And once we are done with that part, very critical that we then would then be on a clear path of having to start plastering, painting, and finishes, and that's when we start to see all of what you've seen on the video then beginning to emerge in that regard. And we think from that point in time, then the work around the electronic installation, the CCTV, all of this fire detection and the evacuation process access will then be dealt with. So in this regard, on the old assembly, it is going to transcend a little bit into December and basically even begin to get into a bit of January as a result, commissioning at that point in time. But we're just pushing to then say, let's truncate the program to try and see what we can do with regards to this process. And the external works, like as we said, is more the statues and the signages of that. So that is taking care of the National and the Old Assembly. Coming to the offices, members, quickly, it's just more, again, as we've shown you yesterday, to then say we had to then demolish the 3rd, 8th, 9th, and 10th floor to start creating additional offices that we've been asked to then deal with. And then as STP indicated to us was to then say we have another 54, 55 offices that are required because members don't have. And that's what we have seen yesterday that has been completed, ready for you to then can be in a position to deal with. So now we had a challenge on the 8th floor or on the 10th, 9th, and 10th floor, because that's where the deeds office was placed. Unfortunately, the deeds office at the time that we thought they would exit the place, they couldn't, because I think they were having their issues in relation to where they were going. And then that delayed us a little bit, because our initial timelines was to finish this at the same time as we finish all of these floors. But now these 2 floors, as we have indicated yesterday, will then be completed in December. But as we have shown you, the 3rd and the 8th floor quite complete. And then, as I've said, is those 55 members' offices and three committee rooms. And then we've got those 37 workstations for chairpersons, secretaries. On the 8th floor, we've created those office extensions, and then for the legal services and so. And the 9th floor, that's where we're really creating those committee divisions and the offices. And then on the 10th floor, it's where I think they're going to be housed in the finance and the HR divisions. So those floors, we committed that we'll then finish that by December 2025. And then so far, we see no risk, and I think we're moving forward with that. So in the next slide, it's just showing you what we've shown you yesterday. I think you have seen the kind of office that have been completed, and our concept is basically derived from ensuring that there is proper lobbies, there's proper post areas, and that we deal with issues of proper kitchens and so on. So that is just showing the progress that we've seen yesterday and just confirming it. On the next slide. On the next slide, we then just articulating what we have really done for some of the members that could not make it yesterday. We went to the 9th floor and the 10th floor just to show that we have started demolition. We have then now opened the whole entire place, and then we're starting to fix everything in relation to the services, as in electrical, sprinklers, and all of those things. So, and again, as we said, we're expecting and planned that we then should be done by December 2025. So now in the next slide is more covering the kind of the development results or development impact that this project is having. It is, and we're just tracking from 2023 as we started with all of that to then say, so far we then had managed to then deal with 1,191. But I think now, with this construction that I've done of the new and old assembly, we can assure members to then say it's going to ramp up to over 1,200 people working on the site at the same time. So that's why at the point, one of the risks that we then identified was the access, because then we'll then have over 1,000 people for both contractors. And by that time, obviously, the offices will be done. But for both National and New Assembly, there will always be then that numbers that will then be working. So combined, we're anticipating to then be having quite a very contingent of workers that will then be working into this particular space. And that space, that's why we're then looking at issues of making sure that we have got enough scanners for them, then even from a security point of view, and then the vetting processes. Those are the things that we're working with and worked with the STP's office to make sure that all of these things are in place, and to make sure that there is no situation whereby you find that people start at 7 o'clock, they start at 9 because it's a queue of that. And again, separating the entrance for that to then happen, because definitely in the coming months, once all of these things, concrete work has been done, we're going to find a situation whereby then we're going to be having too many workers at the same time, and that begins to then ensure that we deal with that. One of the things that we did was also to then look at the work integrated learning. So in essence, what we did in the beginning of when we were dealing with the design, we took 19 students from the various universities around there to then begin to come in and in the areas of electronics, electrical engineering, and this is the kind of what we're going to do and what we plan. All of these contractors, we've actually emphasize that part to then say this Vermont is part of what has to really be developed, so that we develop the youth in relation to that process. But again, giving them much more experience. Hence, we also want to then shadow some with the heritage process, because this heritage field also we require to then start to see if we cannot get those other young people to then shadow those that has been in the field for long. So this is just indicating to then say we have embedded the issue around the work integrated learning program. We've embedded the issue of making sure that the youth are particularly taken care of. And that's not only from the employment perspective, but also then beginning to look in terms of how then we use the procurement structure to then ensure that we also get the SMMEs that are really in that particular category. So that is primarily that part. We will be developing it much more bigger than what it is as we proceed, but it's one of the key critical things we're looking at. So in the last slide, in the next slide, members, it was just to share with you the kind of a budget breakdown. As I said, people will then say they've got 4.6, and they just articulate and attribute it to just the National Assembly only. And that's why I think the explanation is important to then indicate, to then say, you then have the National Assembly, then you have the Old Assembly also, then you have these offices, and then you come from a point of like professional services, for the design process, you come from the point of having done all of those packages that we have. So we've broken it down in terms of this process, because there's also a narrative that comes out to then say there is budget overruns on the project. And we could really tell it clearly to then say there's no area that there's any budget overrun in this particular context. If you look at the safe access, we had 452, we spent 452. When we look at the parliament members' offices, it was 71. We particularly spent those particular kind of budgets. So there's no area that has got the budget overrun. And I think also it's important to then articulate to them. So when it comes to the new assembly and the old assembly, obviously that's where the major cost is. And I think many people have had an idea that says that when the Minister of Finance allocated budget, they allocated 2 billion for the reconstruction of Parliament and such. But I thought at that time to explain it, to say it was just more putting money aside for the disasters themselves, rather than saying this is the money for the thing, because you can't allocate when you don't know what is the designs. We have not completed the design there. And we put in a perspective that said, we are going to really deal with the design. It will determine and tell us exactly what is the cost of doing this thing. And that's why we came to that point of then saying it was going to really cost us 2.2 to deal with the National Assembly, and then also to deal with the Old Assembly. But I think it was that kind of a thing. So far, again, that money was only meant for that, but it had offices inside. We had all of these packages that needed to be done. So this slide, I'm just trying to break it down in terms of all the various stages that are there. But in summary, we're trying to then say, if in totality is 4.6 billion, by September 2025, we spend about 1 billion rand in terms of the combination of that. You can see that in the actual September 2025, you can see what particular kind of areas are attributed to what, and how much cost has been attributed to what. So that's basically having to just explain that to then say we've spent 1 billion and 36, and then we remained with about particular 3.3 billion rand, and we're saying we're projecting that by March 2026 we would have spent about 1.2 billion. In addition to that, and then from there, we're projecting that for the last leg, which is April 2026 to March 2027, we would have spent that 2 billion. So that's just beginning to summarize, the expenditures as it relates to the project itself, program itself, and where we think we're going to end up. So, Honorable Chair, let me. I think this is my last slide to just conclude with those particular commitments. But again, being emphatic that on the budget elements itself, I still say that we have no particular area that have demonstrated any budget overrun. All of those sort of things have been done within context. And that again, but the design of this has helped us to then come with a baseline. And we accept to then be saying that at the point when the narrative is created, it's important to then say that, if the National Assembly now we put it at 1.3, then we can start beginning to monitor that and say, we're going over 1.3, and so then we can start talking that. But at least now we have a baseline for what is the baseline for the construction of the old assembly, what is the baseline for the construction of the new assembly, and I think that's very critical, because that messaging becomes very critical to then even be in a position to get to the nation to understand that it is structured that way. So on that note, honourable members, Speaker, I submit that this is the report that we collectively have developed as both Team Parliament and ourselves. On that note, I therefore thank you, members, for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, DBSA. I thought the STP or the Executive Authority will just do the closing part of the presentation, but I think it's okay. We have viewed the video. We started yesterday with the oversight. I think all of us were there as per the invitation. We went to oversight. We all came to the 90 Street, where we also viewed the offices and agreed that today we are going to have a meeting whereby we'll also be receiving the formal presentation from the DBSA as the implementing agent, and we'll have to also ask questions in relation to what we have seen yesterday and also the presentation. I think now let me open for questions from the honorable members to the DBSA and also the STP and the executive authority. Can I get the honorable mayor? I see one hand. Honorable mayor, as I'll be watching the hands, I see honorable mayor, honorable. Yes, we can continue.
Can I start?
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you to the DBSA team for the physical walkabout tour yesterday. It was both informative and inspiring. The scale of the rebuild is truly a mammoth task, and the way the iconic features of Parliament are being restored and modernized is impressive. I would, however, like to raise a small question about the interior finishes that is going to be done in the main Parliament building. As seen at 90 Plain Street, a smallish project, the wall coverings and design elements are beautiful and well thought out. However, the carpeting appeared somewhat worn, and the grey tone seemed less complementary compared to the darker brown used in the other passageways. In the design in the pictures that was shown earlier, it looked as though there was laminate flooring in those offices, because in the offices where there's moderate high traffic, walkthroughs, meetings, occasional spills, chairs rolling, and you want a modern, sleek finish, laminate is a strong option, especially if you pair it with a good underlay for sound insulation. And that tends to give a professional look and be fairly low maintenance. So, Chair, Co-Chair, for a project of such national importance, and I'm talking about the Parliament rebuild, the interior aesthetic should reflect a seamless and complete finish where every detail fits together like a puzzle. Once completed, this interior will stand as a representation of our democracy and heritage, and it deserves to be both functional, durable, and visibly perfect. So at some stage, we need to get some information about the fabrics that are used on the chairs, the color coordinations, because we're going to have this beautiful building, aesthetically magnificent. Then we do not want to lose one detail where suddenly we see that because there was a cheap carpet mass production that we could fit over there, we need to make sure that in our main building, that everything is taken care of. We need to also look at, South Africa is very good with mohair. Are we going to have the drapes? What kind of drapes are we having in certain areas? At some stage, just a small presentation, what the interior decorators are going to present to us. What is the color? What is the color of the chairs that we're going to be sitting in? Does it match? What is the flooring? So that at least we have an idea, because when I sat looking at the offices that were being redone in 90 Plain Street, it went through my mind that somewhere along the line, I'm hoping that the interior decorating of the National Assembly will match the aesthetic of the building, because the interior decorating of the offices, although it looked superb and what they've done is great, but the grey tone of that mat looked worn, even though it's new. Okay, it's just that one needs to, those are little glitches that one would make sure that you tick the box. Does it match your aesthetic decoration? Is it going to be high traffic walkthroughs, etc.? So that was the only thing. But otherwise, the timelines, the finances, everything that we've seen here is on par, and I'd like to congratulate the speaker. Your project, your parliament is moving well, and I look forward to the next phase next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Des.
Thank you, Co-Chair. A very good evening to members of Parliament and, of course, the officials of Parliament. Chair, let me also reiterate or maybe support the weight of appreciation that have been obviously cited by honorable member, the previous speaker, on how we were hosted yesterday, but also taken through the on-site visit. I think it was very informative, and I think it has also, to a large extent, substantiated some of the PowerPoint presentations and information that has been theoretically shared with the committee. And I hope that we are all now moving on the same page in terms of the progress that has been registered hitherto. Well, of course, from a layman perspective, the major question that is bothering me, because I looked at the magnitude of the outstanding work that still needs to be done, is that will this project still be executed according to the shared deadlines? And I hope that the Executive Authority and the STP will ensure that we don't miss the deadlines, because from a layman perspective, I felt that there's still a lot of work that must be done there to get the project ready in November. Secondly, Chair, as Parliament, we are all aware that we are the proponents and the champions and the originators of Black economic empowerment. As much as some of us don't believe in it, but the real of the matter is that we have made the laws to ensure that our people are properly empowered. Personally, I was a bit worried of the demographics that I observed there, because I realized that big white-owned contractors are the ones that are executing on this project, and only small portion is assigned to fully black-owned contractors, like the issue of the offices. So I just want to check how compliant is this project in terms of empowering our people. I will be happy if I can be assured that that matter is being taken care of, because, truly speaking, I've just seen the demographics that are not a reflection of who we are as a country. And then I think my last point, Chair, my last point is on the issue of maybe let me read this last point. I think it is linked to the second question. Depending on how the second question is answered, I might have to come on the third question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Des. I think as I will be adding to your question, let's say Black and women, so that when the DBA responds, they can also touch on that. Can you just club them together, the Blacks and women in particular? Honorable Clark?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just wanted to ask the DBSA team, and Yes, I think the video and all the plans are extremely impressive. And I think the oversight yesterday, when you go on the ground, you have a lot more sense of exactly what's going to happen and where we at than just looking at a video. So I really appreciated that oversight visit, gave you a lot of insight in terms of the contract. Just in terms of the contract, it's a very large contract, and I just wanted to find out if Treasury plays a role in order to be assessing the spend at certain periods of the contract. Because very often Treasury is involved in terms of assessing, where we are, what certain part we are at, and the spend thereof. Thank you very much.
Straight to the point, Honourable Badenhorst.
Honourable Chair, thank you very much. And let me also just say thank you very much for the oversight visit that we could do yesterday. I believe I went through the legacy report from the 6th Parliament before the oversight visit and noted that that visit was actually requested as part of that legacy report. So the oversight visit was overdue, but I realized why we're only having it now, so we could see what progress has been achieved. I just want to get back to an issue that was touched on in the last meeting, if I may, regarding the transfer between the CapEx, from the CapEx budget to the OpEx budget. I went and had a look at the actual act that determines how we must conduct our business in Parliament, the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, the FMPPLA. And the Act actually makes limited allowance for transferring of funds from Parliament's capital expenditure, the CapEx budget, to its operational expenditure, the OpEx budget. But it only does so under specific and restricted conditions. And I want to share those conditions and get some reaction on that, if I may, please, Chair. Section 22C of the Act governs this whole process of verimenting. And it states that the accounting officer may use savings in one main division of Parliament's approved budget to defray excess expenditure in another division. But it also says that the accounting officer must obtain the written permission of the executive authority to defray excess expenditure from the savings account, and then also under point C, appropriated or approved for capital expenditure when used to defray the current expenditure. So in other words, plainly speaking, Parliament may transfer funds from CapEx to OpEx, but only if, point number one, there's a saving under the capital budget. Number two, the executive authority, that's the Speaker or the Chairperson of the NCOP jointly, gives written approval for the transfer, and then that the transfer does not exceed 8% of the total amount appropriated under that main division. And that's limited by Section 22(3) of the Act. So, and also 4, that the funds are not part of a direct charge against the National Revenue Fund, which is contained in Section 22(4). So following this, my question would then be, has the executive authority given written approval of the transfer, and can this committee be furnished with the copy of that approval? And then secondly, according to the annual financial statements, the amount committed for the buildings for 2024 is 2.23 billion rand. I assume this is not from savings, as you would not be asking for permission from Treasury to use this funding if that was the case. So according to my calculations then, 8% of that 2.230 billion is 178 million. And then your letter of request that you furnished us to the National Treasury indicates that Parliament will utilise an amount of 225 million for 90 Plain, the infrastructure and facilities management, and a further 240 odd million for the operational budget. But both those amounts exceed the 8% threshold. So I just wanted to ask, is my calculations wrong, or whose calculator is broken? The STP's calculator or the National Treasury's calculator? And then regarding the increase of budget for the rebuilding of Parliament from 2.2 to what we heard tonight is 4.6 On the 25th of July 2025, the STP claimed that this astronomical increase was due to change in the initial designs to bring South African cultures together. So I just want to ask, how do you justify that increase against that design feature, and what forms of consultation was employed in this decision? Who was engaged with to get to the design feature? I noticed the last slide from the DBSA and how the money is allocated between the two construction sites. But the fact of the matter is we're still using the funds allocated to Parliament by National Treasury for other projects and also for operational aspects. So my question would be, what has National Treasury actually agreed to for the total rebuild and refurb of the National Assembly and the Old Assembly? And what assurances do we have that the completion of this project won't be postponed, because it's been postponed many times? Then, if I may get to the rubble, and we saw some removal of rubble again yesterday. So it's been reported that an estimate 11,000 cubic meters of rubble will be removed for the total demolition stage of the project. And as I said, we saw some demolition still taking place yesterday. So I just want to find out if that figure is accurate, and can the STP account for what happened to this rubble? So now I'm specifically referring to rubble with a resale value. There's a lot of copper and lead in that rubble, and they've got a specific value. So did the STP receive certificates of waste disposal from the companies that removed the rubble? Obviously, we've heard that there was, because Parliament's a heritage site, that there was approval from the Heritage Western Cape and the National Heritage Council. I just want another confirmation that all the heritage aspects has been covered by both the Heritage Western Cape and the National Heritage Council. Do we have environmental management plan for the project, both for the construction and for the demolition? And then can you provide reasons for the decision originally, right in the beginning, and I think this is between the 6th and the 7th Parliament, to sideline the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in favour of the DBSA? I might have missed that explanation in one of the early meetings. And then, because we are talking about a vast amount, a huge project, and a lot of loose ends that can take place here, I need to ask the following from an oversight point of view to the accounting officer. Can the STP place on record before this committee that neither himself nor any relation or any associate of him has in any way, financially or otherwise, benefited from any part of this project? And secondly, can he place on record that throughout this project, has he taken the utmost care to ensure that no funds allocated for the rebuild have been misappropriated? And if so, what steps has he taken to ensure that it doesn't happen? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Desmond.
My apology, Chair. I think I omitted a question on the 9-minute bioscope that was shown at the beginning. I'm not sure when is the right time to tell the story about how the Parliament was banned, without necessarily giving details. Because if you listen to the presentation, it's as if the Parliament banned on its own. It's not specific about how this fire came about. I'm not sure, maybe the time is not right. At some stage it will be told properly. Maybe the bioscope was only meant for us as members of Parliament. But I feel that the story is incomplete if you don't touch, without going into details, on that part of this unfortunate development. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Khalifi.
Chair, Chair, Speaker, and the Chair of the NSOP STP. Bonili Pascopo, firstly, it's look like members are very happy in terms of the site. visit that took place. Umuntu ngathi uphuthelwe. Maybe the next visit we will be available also to check, because it's always good if umuntu chair practically what is the progress. So one, in terms of the bioscope, it's look good, but one thing that I want to understand, when you listen to a presentation by DPSA, firstly, Chair, for future reason, to avoid to have a long presentation, because we end up one forgot what was the first page of the presentation to the last page, because it's what was too long. I want to understand the total amount, the overall budget of the project, because I think on the last slides, Bob Chauke was emphasizing the point that there will be no extra addition. I think that has been raised before, but he said when he was presenting, he said no, there will be no addition. This is the amount that has been projected per years. I want to understand exactly the overall budget for this project of rebuilding of Parliament. If it needs to be a member who sits in this committee have a clear understanding of the total amount of the budget of the rebuilding of Parliament. There is one. So when I saw as well, when he was going through the slides, I wanted clarity. I saw something about basement around 2027, which is the year which is anticipated that those basement will be rebuilt. Kanti, when are we handing over this project? When are we occupying? Because this is, I think that is the question for all members of Parliament, not the committee members. When is the exact date when we will be going and do the work of Parliament? When exactly? Because we must know. And then the last one, Chair, I think is also link on what a member Des was trying to talk to in terms of the bioscope. So we are going to spend so much billions to the project, to the rebuild of Parliament, but we don't hear about the consequences of who was involved, not in a form of banning Parliament, but in a form of a person who was responsible, who must take a responsibility as a result, that person who went in and managed to get into Parliament. We don't hear about the progress in that regard. How far with the investigation, who has been found guilty, and what is going to be the way forward in terms of addressing those issues to prevent not to happen again. How many people were involved? Who was in charge? I think we also, as members of this committee, need to have those specifics, because now we are not supposed to have this money to be spent if a certain person or a specific person was not sleeping on her or his job. So we need to get those details in terms of the investigation and the consequences thereof. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Kalipi. I've got two questions from my side. One is I need to, yesterday on when we did the oversight, I saw the two surnames or data related to two honorable members in our committee. The one surname was of Badenhorst of the contract, the contractors. The other surname was the one of honorable, they're related to Van Rooyen. So I need to check, are they related to the honorable members of the committee, or are they just the contractors on their own? That is my first question. The two surnames that when they do the presentation on the oversight. The second one, my question is on page on page 10, yes, I think page 10, the one that is talking about the the one that is, sorry, page 14, my apologies, page 14, the one that talks about the anti-play offices. The document that we received, I'm not sure it has been changed, we received the new ones, but the one that is before me is, it talks of the practical completion, the November 2026. But on the presentation, the DPSA, it says December 2025. So can I be clarified on that? Those are my two questions. Thanks very much. I have Honorable Cameron, who is the last person.
Thanks, Chair. I also just wanted to squeeze in one or two questions. Once again, thank you for the visit to those that hosted us and the presentation. My first question is linked to the point that you have raised, Co-Chair, and maybe the presentation can be put up there, because in terms of those projected conclusions, it appears, December 2026, and then as I saw it in the presentation that was presented tonight, there's then what I saw as December 2027. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be January 2027. But I think members would also know, when you drive around Parliament now, you will see that there are signs up which says that, for instance, Plain Street is closed until, I think it's July 2027. So I just think it's, I come from a perspective to say that, deadlines are good, but they need to be realistic. And I think we as members can manage if we are informed. So the whole issue there on that slide was, sort of concluding for practical purposes end of 2026, and then, issues of the handover. So the issue of, for instance, extending the closure of Plain Street to 2027 July, is that kind of to wrap up, what needs to happen? I think from the point of this committee, and I'm sure members of Parliament, the key issue, I think really that needs to come out is, when will the building be ready for instance, a SONA or a budget speech? And I think that's, it's useful just to have deadlines, but realistic deadlines. So that's the one issue, if we could just clarify that. Then also, in terms of where we are at the moment, the issue of parking, that's obviously, I would understand, part of this project. And I know that some of the members, for instance, have been without parking literally for about 6 months, because of, or say probably about 3 months, because of the refurbishment that is going on there. So could we just have a sense, I don't know if it's the same contractor dealing with that or someone else, but when do we expect, the parking issue to be resolved? And then the last issue is around fire protection. Maybe I've missed it somewhere, but in terms of the design and, the issues of sprinklers and avoiding, could we just get a reminder as to, in terms of design, across literally NCOP, the Old Assembly Chamber, the National Assembly Chamber, what are the design elements of making sure that, we're doing everything that we can to avoid another fire? Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Can I now hand over to SGP and DBSA? Or maybe let me start with the Executive Authority. Honourable Speaker, I'm told that the NCOP chair is having a network problem, so she might not be able to respond wherever she is. So I think now you can be able to respond and hand over to STP and the DBSA. Thank you.
Chair, I will propose that the technical team gives the response first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Honorable Chairperson, and thank you very much to honorable members. We will share the responses as the team in respect of all the areas. And my colleague, Namonde, would reflect in addition to what I will say on the budget. And Mr. Mashiko would reflect on the collection of heritage assets, as well as the environmental processes that pertain to disposals, and whether there has been approvals and permissions and certificates that relate to that. I would also respond to other elements, and DBSA will respond to others. But maybe before I respond, Chairperson, with your permission, I would like to ask DBSA to clarify something in relation to the slide they flighted on the Gantt chart on the dates. And that will also respond to the clarity that Honorable Kalipi has raised about when is the completion and when is the handover. Maybe they can first start clarify that, Mr. Tswene.
Thank you so much, SJP, and thank you to the honorable members for the questions. And I think well spotted. I think there's a mistake, typo that we've made in relation to slide 13 or 14 that talked about the commissioning and testing on the old assembly. It is indeed, Honorable Dagmo, you're correct. It is not supposed to be, it was not December 2027, it's basically January 2027. Let me clarify that part on the commissioning and testing of the handover. And that speaks to the fact that, as I said, this one is 18 months. So it's an 18 months program. So when you look at it, we anticipate we'll be done with all the necessary stuff by December 2026.
And we did not use 178. We asked for.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's basically January 2027. Let me correct that and put it on record. Then say indeed it is just a tab we could not detect in that regard. And then as STP indicates, I think that speaks to the Honorable Kalipi's point around when is exactly this thing going to be handed over. So we are saying the two buildings, as we said on the National Assembly part, we said we'll reach practical completion by November 2026, as we put it, and then we then say that we then will hand over this particular project in January 2027. That is just what we commit. So practical completion would be that we would have then tested, have looked at the building, that it can be habitable, that all of this certification, all the occupation certificates are in place, and then we therefore would then hand over the structure to Parliament, and that's basically also including the old assembly. That's what we're talking about, January 2027. That will then be finishing with the commissioning and testing and the handover at that point in time. So our view, our view is that by February, then when we deal with the State of the Nation, we're envisioning that it must be in this particular kind of a new building, and that members can then start to enjoy the building, and then again continue to utilize and do their work. So that's primarily the emphasis that I want to make. And again, we do apologize for that, typo that we've made there. So thank you so much. Over to you, Stephen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trainer.
Before STP, Mr. Chair, can you also clarify on that one on page 14, the 2025 and 2026? Because you spoke only about that one. I'm not sure if I heard it.
On the page, you said the one on page 14?
Yes, because you spoke about the one of 2027, which is talking to the sauna and all those things. But my question was also referring to the page 14. So what is the correct? Is it November 2026 or December 2025? Because in your slide, it says December 2025.
Oh, it's on page 14. Oh, you mean on the offices? On the office now. Recall. Sorry, Chap. Yeah, on the offices. I think we're anticipating to finish in November 2025. Chap, from project manager. My project manager can just correct me on that one. Is this not it? The offices.
Thank you. Offices, it's December 2025 this year. Thank you.
All right. So I don't remember. I think I just wanted to clarify to get that clarity. So it will be practical completion will be done in November. Then we'll hand them over in December. So it's December, Chair.
Yeah, as you will be answering others, can it be circulated with the correct version?
Okay, now we'll clarify that. Yes, now we'll correct all of those and recirculate. Thank you so much. I think from our side, we will revert back to STP to finish, then we'll go in accordance with what he outlined, then we'll come later to finish some of the aspects that has been raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Should we proceed?
Yes, STP. I think we have network problems. Yes, can we continue with the clarification and answer any questions? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In respect of the budget for the project, the total budget for the rebuild is 4.6 billion rand. That's the total budget for the rebuild and refurbishment. And honorable members will recall that consistently, we have always outlined the various work packages that are involved in this project. We highlighted the work package number 1 as precinct master plan development for the project, meaning how will all elements of the precinct of parliament be re-looked at in order to improve functionality. That was called work package number 1. The second work package is office refurbishment. And that package talked to what we referred before as any enabling works. Early enabling works to make sure that as we start doing the rebuild on the main buildings, NA and OA, we simultaneously deal with the current pressure realities, absence of offices in Parliament, where we lost 494 offices. So that's work package number 2. The work package number 3 is facilities management plan, so that post the reconstruction, we have a coherent facility management strategy that responds to all the standards that are set for modern asset management, your ISO standards and all of those issues. That's work package number 3. Work package number 4 is the old assembly, the refurbishment and rebuilding of the old assembly. And work package number 5 is the refurbishment and rebuilding of the new assembly. So all of those totally has included into be part of the 4.6 billion rand that we have reported as total projects to conclude in what we call redevelopment and refurbishment of Parliament. In respect of the areas that Honorable Badenos wanted clarity on about the use of the funds for operations drawn from the CAPEX. The requirements of Section 22 of the FMPLA indeed require that any movement of funds in terms of virement in a program and in between program require a specified procedure to do so. In the case of Parliament, in the rebuilding fund, we have requested National Treasury to augment the operational budget of Parliament. And those conversations have been formalized, guided by those provisions of the Act. And in the year where we asked them to adjust in the midterm last year, they indicated to us that they do not have funds to be able to assist Parliament. However, they are noticing that Parliament has not yet started an up-peak expenditure on the CAPEX. So they would rather suggest that what we need to augment the operations budget, which has been cut, and they acknowledge that, is that rather look at your CAPEX in the rebuild that we have not used, utilize that, and we will re-augment back the CAPEX. In other words, Parliament will not be on record having consumed CAPEX. Treasury has asked us to say utilize this in the meantime, so that when we reallocate the CAPEX, we will take into account the component that you have utilized in terms of that. And that has been formalized with National Treasury. And in respect of the specificity of the threshold of 8% that Honorable Badenost indicate, indeed, we have operated within the requirements of the Act in terms of the 8%. We have not exceeded the 8% threshold requirements because the total budget of the admin program, so in other words, the 8% threshold applies program by program. So in this case, all the funds for the rebuild are located under Program 1. And under that Program 1, they are tagged Disaster Fund. The second component under that program is the normal administrative operations of Parliament. During the year under review 24-25, the total for that budget was 2.2 billion, of which the 2 billion is the fund for the rebuilding of Parliament. So when you look at the total fund that constitute 8%, it is about 174 or 178 million or so to be able to say you have utilized under the total budget of that amount. What we have then done is to formalize the request to the Executive Authority of Parliament as required by the Act, so that they approve that. The fund that we have asked for in our projection is 124 million, even though we projected 225 rather. We actually operationally requested the 124 million rand, which we then utilized to deal with what was a shortage in all the departments of Parliament. And that's the budget we are currently using until March 2024. And the 124 million indeed is below 8%, the prescribed threshold. So we would not have exceeded the 8% as required by law. Secondly, it is not even utilizing a saving to go to the other. National Treasury committed that that amount would not have evaporated into operations. They can't help us now on the operation. And when they allocate the CAPEX, they will restate that amount of money that we shall have utilized. The additional 225, Honorable Baroness, that you are mentioning to say you have used 400 and something, that CAPEX for offices is CAPEX to CAPEX. So it's not moving money to operations to fix offices. It falls exactly in the component of CAPEX. So in that case, it does not constitute a threshold of 8% breach. It was 225 for offices, which is CAPEX, and it is forming part of the disaster fund for CAPEX. And National Treasury also understands it that way. So the 124 does not exceed the 8%. The second part is around the fire video dates that have been raised, Honorable Van Rooyen. Yes, indeed, we have not cited exactly, other than saying early in the year on the 2nd, the fire damage took place. And as we mature the video going forward to capture different stages of the redevelopment, we will equally ensure that the video reflects all those accurate dates in respect of what happened on the day we suffered the disaster. And we also specify that it was arson that resulted in that. The empowerment of contractors, that is not sufficient. I think DBSA would respond to that in terms of what was obtaining on site yesterday. Honorable Mkhaliphi, you have raised the issue of involvement of staff of parliament. What happened in the investigations? Was there consequences? Indeed, honorable members, you will recall that in different meetings from last year to early this year in March, we reported to this committee a clear consequence management report. What was the outcome of investigation on the internal dimension, and what was the outcome of the investigation on the external dimension. And the external dimension was the criminal component that was done by the Hawks and under the auspices later of prosecution by the National Prosecuting Authority. On the side of Parliament, we reported to the committee from last year and also early this year the outcome of our own investigations as to what led to the fire, who were the players involved that have acted negligently or otherwise, and what happened to those employees. And to cut a long story short, of members, indeed, employees that were identified as having played a role, relevant action was taken, and such consequence management was effectively executed and reported to the committee. On the area of the questions that Honorable Badenhorst raised about how do we justify the increase of the rebuild, I think, honorable members, we have been very consistent about the need to clarify that the rebuilding of Parliament, at no stage has there been certainty about the actual cost of the rebuilding. There has been a first appropriation by National Treasury to indicate its policy intent that it will fund the rebuilding. And Parliament of South Africa will be the one that implements the rebuild. And in that first appropriation, it was made clear that until Parliament has got a detailed design of what it will cost to rebuild, it is only then that Treasury would allocate money. And on the basis of Parliament having appointed the Development Bank of South Africa, and Development Bank having appointed all the service providers that professionally determined the designs, the costing, Parliament was unable to truly say for NA it will be so much. And when they concluded that work, they then did the market tendering process, which is a standard in any construction work, for them to cost the signed professional designs. And having costed it, they costed the National Assembly as 2.3 billion rand. That was already 300 million rand above the 2 billion first appropriation. So that is not an increase, it is the actual confirmation of what it will cost to build the NA. The second part was the old assembly. So already above the 2 billion, you are sitting at 300 million rand. That actually determines the true cost of the NA. For the old assembly, again, professional work was done to determine that work. And it came back to us and confirmed that it would be 1.3 billion rand. So joined together, they constituted the total just for those two work packages for Parliament above the first appropriation. So there's not been cost overruns. There's not been allocation runaways on the project. We will be able to say so now that professionals have been appointed, contractors have been appointed, and they've accepted the bids for 1.3 billion, and they've accepted the bid for 2.3 billion rand. If anything comes above from Robex that says we need 300 more, yes, it will qualify in the language of escalation. Likewise, for Trencon, if they go about 1.3 billion rand that they have signed and accepted and contracted for, then that will constitute an escalation. So as it is now, there's no ballooning costs. There's actual cost of rebuilding Parliament for 2.3 plus 1.3, and that totals the amount for the two work packages that are the main. For the ones for the offices of members, 155, as well as the 54 that honorable members saw yesterday, and the other floors that now we're busy with 9, 10, 11, 12, that's part of the rebuilding project that totals up to 4.6 billion rand. On the deadlines for the project, they remained as confirmed by DBSA and as contracted as November and December next year, and the commissioning and testing for OA as January 27, whereas for the new assembly, they have committed as indicated for December 2026, and they will be held accountable for sticking to that, bar anything else that is unknown in respect of the commitments that they have. On the issue of the justification for the rebuilding program, at the start of the 2 billion, indeed, there was no detailed design. The issue of reflecting the diversity of our country and how it would look like in terms of fauna and flora has no immediate direct contribution of what is now confirmed as the total budget, but it reflects the detailed consultations that have taken place in the 6th Parliament, which we have presented to the Joint Standing Committee in terms of the entire itinerary of stakeholder consultation internally for the various engagements that Parliament has had, including the external dimension of consultation with heritage agencies and other bodies. And honorable members would also recall we presented that detail to the Joint Standing Committee. Are there any issues that the SDP would like to put on record that he has relatives on this project that are benefiting or not? I do not understand what that refers to, Honorable Paternost. You may have details perhaps at your disposal, but I would like to put on record I have no relative that is benefiting for this project whatsoever. The second part, can the SDP place on record that there is no misappropriation of funds in the project? I'm not in a position to say at this point there is no misappropriation. The Auditor General of South Africa is the only supreme body that investigates, that also audits annually the financial statements of parliaments. And so far, for 2 years in a row, they have not picked up any issues that present untoward issues pertaining to this project. So that's where the matters are in respect of misappropriation of funds, if there's any, that maybe Honorable Paternost has. He will be better placed to indicate that here is a misappropriation of the rebuilding. Thank you very much, Chairperson. With your permission, I'll ask Mr. Mashiko to talk about the areas that relate to the rubble removal. Why is there still rubble? So that he can explain the different dimensions of what rubble removal means in terms of the early stage, the middle stage, and what will constitute continuous removal of rubble, given that's a construction site. And then thereafter, the acting CFO would add if there's any matter around assurance of the expenditures between ourselves and DBSA can then respond to any other matter. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, STP. And thanks, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Speaker and Honorable members of the committee. I'll touch on even additional points that the SDP may have missed. In relation to the deco on the third floor offices and even consultations with the stakeholders, maybe one has to indicate that the look and feel of the spaces is not only based on the aesthetics, but also a more important issue about the actual maintenance of the spaces. And we had consultation with household services in respect of the flooring that needs to be put in. And of course, yesterday, the contractor explained about the acoustics in committee rooms. So where you see dark carpets, it was based on consultation with household services to say, for cleaning purposes and also to avoid stains that will stand out and make the carpets to be dull, the request was that we go for darker tones on the flooring. Yes, we did also consider the issue of matching the finishes in the National Assembly and the Old Assembly to Parliament's branding. So the pallets that we received from PCS, the interior decorators are going to align them accordingly. In respect of whether Treasury does monitor expenditure, we confirm that Treasury is part of our steering committee. And one of the key elements that they always focus on and interrogate robustly is around alignment to the budget and an issue of expenditure, and also alignment to disclosures in respect of the commitments and the expenditure itself. The STP touched on the issue of the overall project cost, but maybe one has to emphasize that it is not about the cultural themes that are driving the cost of the project. But when you look at the project as a whole, we explained that we are not restoring, we are repairing, or we are restoring, bringing the assets back to their original form as part of the work that we are doing. And more importantly, we are upgrading the assets. And the upgrade part is to ensure compliance with the national building regulations, to ensure compliance with the seismic codes, so that these buildings are structurally sound and stable, that should there be any form of tremor or earthquake, they can still be standing. And it's a requirement in terms of the statutes and even the bylaws of the city. Restoring heritage assets, it's costly in itself. It's a cost driver that one has to, you have to do it carefully. It is a specialized process that has a major cost contributions. We also spoke about ICT equipment that we lost. We lost the data center that is situated in the -1 basement of the National Assembly, and we have to replace that data center. We also have to buy new AV and broadcasting equipment within respective committee rooms and the chamber as a whole, plus also the modernization of the buildings from an ICT point of view. Security systems also are part of the contributing factors as part of the upgrade. We also sought to increase the functionality of these spaces. So we increased the sizes of the size of the chamber, the committee rooms. We also consulted with members, and part of the requirements that members made, and specific requirements, was that we also need to consider how the buildings have to function. I remember there's a member that specifically asked for the lifts or escalators to be included, because it was understood that when the house is meeting, you cannot expect members to crowd into a lift or to go up the grand stairs. It was concluded that escalators would be an additional form of allowing mobility of members to improve the functionality of the spaces. We also had engagements and consultations with members, and members requested that there must be members' wellness center, because members spend a lot of time on the precinct and sometimes even finish late at night. So the wellness center addresses those issues. The gym addresses those issues. And additional to that, items like the members' lounge is intended to address the well-being of members. So those are some of the cost drivers that one has to consider. But what is even more important in terms of the finishes, we said we are building the structures that will last for more than 100 years. So in some spaces, you may see marble tiles or granite tiles, and it is not about opulence or extravagance, but it is to look at the building for the next 100 years. You can put in a porcelain tile, but the tile may last you for 5 years, and then the life cycle costing may come up to be the same as the marble tile when you look at the long-term arrangement in terms of your building. So those are considerations that we made. There's infrastructure that was also requested by, for example, household services, which also is backup equipment in respect of making the building to be functional. There's solar that we're also putting in as part of the sustainability objectives. So all in all, our costing is not driven by social or rather the cultural artifacts, but rather all those important elements that are part of the upgrade. Indeed, we consulted with members, and the last consultation that we had was at Emperor's Palace after several consultations, but the last one was at Emperor's Palace in January 2024. That's where members had indicated that they are happy with all the concepts that have been put up together, the designs, and we were happy to move from that point. In respect of removal of rubble, we explained many times that rubble comes in different forms, and it's a product of activities in construction. The first part of rubble removal was to remove the remnants of fire so that we could create spaces for condition assessment to be conducted, and then create spaces for people to be able to navigate the buildings, for removal of the assets, for example, furniture, and even for the Auditor General to come and conduct the inspections. That was part of the early enabling works that was concluded. Now, Mr. Rampela indicated that we brought forward the demolition of the fire damaged sections of the building. And in that, part of that was to remove the rubble after the demolition of the fire damaged sections of the National Assembly and even parts of the old Assembly. You would have seen that the National Assembly stands as a U-shape, or we retain the envelope. So the core of the building, right from the ground floor to the roof, was demolished, and then we had to remove the rubble accordingly. Now that demolishing was what we could term as rough demolition. And it's about demolishing the sections of the building that were fire damaged, as I indicated. Now, the next level of demolishing, which you saw yesterday from the site inspection, this is the part where we're talking of the precision demolishing, which is aligned to the design, where now the contractor that has been appointed demolishes the section of the building right to the accurate data point of the measurements as outlined in the design. And that is basically what they control. And those are the spaces that they're going to build from. So it is a different phase of demolishing, and it had to be controlled by the contractor who's going to do the construction, because you have to then align it to the design as approved. When Mazia or the demolition contractor was working, at that point, the designs were not complete, and they were only focusing on the fire damage sections of the building and also the non-compliant sections of the building, which were the offices that were on top of the old assembly. So in relation to whether there is any recoupment of the value from the rubble, in terms of contracting, when the contractors price, they price taking into account that all the waste that is going to be generated belongs to the contractor. And that includes any form of materials that may be still carrying value, like copper or steel. It is part of construction, and it's a norm in the construction industry that in the contract, when you demolish, the waste that is actually declared as non-valuable belongs to the contractor, unless you specify otherwise. For example, things like transformers that are still reusable or that still carry value, those will be retained for future use, or items like inverters and air conditioners. For those items that were removed, such as transformers and HVAC system and pumps, we wrote to DPWI and say, kindly indicate that you have any further interest of utilizing these items so that you can recoup them and use them for any future use in terms of and the maintenance of these buildings. But in respect of copper, in respect of steel, and even the rubble itself, that is the contractor's waste, and they price in accordingly. In relation to the EMP, yes, both projects have the environmental management plans as required by the legislation. And those environmental management plans is not just about ticking the boxes, but also they stem from the baseline risk assessment. And those risk assessments also went further to identify categorization of the waste. So the rubble comes out as general waste in terms of the classification, in terms of the law. And then, of course, there's a classification of hazardous waste in respect of asbestos that came from the old assembly roof. And of course, fluorescent lights also were classified as hazardous, and they are treated as such in respect of the environmental management plan or the demolishing and disposal. Those, again, are disposed of in designated sections at the disposal site and not under the general waste disposal. The environmental management plan also go as further as the protection of the stream that runs in Parliament. But then, of course, the architects also went even beyond the environmental management plan and taken into account issues relating to sustainability, where we're now looking at not only compliance in terms of generation of waste or operation, but then design for sustainability. And hence I spoke about the solar, I spoke about energy consumption and related issues in respect of conservation measures that we've put in. We even went as far as the Yellowwood forest that is intended as well to ensure that our carbon footprint is reduced. In terms of the heritage application, I confirm that we did receive a permit for demolition, the demolition contract. We also received a permit for the change in the designs on the buildings that we were working on, the National Assembly and the Old Assembly. And the heritage architect was appointed as an independent professional, and he reports directly to South African Heritage Resources Agency in respect of the progress on a month-to-month basis around the conservation measures that are taken in the building. So we want to assure members that there is compliance in terms of heritage requirements and that we have the necessary permits accordingly. In terms of the issue around fire, and which the DBSA will add, but maybe I need to add and say that the designs have actually taken the rational fire design, which is one of the most important components. And when we say our designs are not only informed by the cultural elements or artifacts, one of the compliance measures was compliance with the fire codes. And the fire engineers went in detail in terms of ensuring that these buildings are compliant. And that engagement even went as far as the engagement with the City of Cape Town to ensure that our rational fire design is actually approved as part of our KTC plan submissions. So, Honorable Dagmore, I need to assure you that that is one of the most important elements that have been considered as part of the designs. And we explained that certain elements you will not be able to see, but we can assure members that that has been taken care of in terms of compliance. So all the fire detection systems are part of the design, the fire suppression system, compartmentalization of the building as part of the requirements, and the necessary firefighting equipment has been provided for. But of course, as I indicated, the DBSA will add on items that I may have missed from a compliance point of view, and then the cost drivers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, DBSA may proceed if there's specific areas to cover, and also if Nomonde on your side there's any issue I have not covered. Thanks.
Thank you, SCP. I think from our side, let me just augment some of the key issues that were raised, and I think also just to start appreciating the Honorable May in terms of the issues that we raised, to then give input around on the input around just warning us to pay attention to the aesthetics and the details, and which I think we would definitely embrace, and that's basically, as we committed to them, so quality is one of those particular kind of focus areas that we're looking at. Hence, even in terms of our interior, decorators or interior designers, that becomes the key focus in terms of that. And obviously, it involves that consultation that we spoke about in relation to that. So, and I think certainly part of some of the issues that you're raising are proper to then be taken into consideration as we roll out. And I think we underline that to then say just ensure durability and the quality of this. As we said also in relation to the furniture itself, we always then have to work mostly with Parliament Household Services and all of that in terms of choosing the kind of colours. And I think that would extend to also understanding the palette of the members themselves. On the issue around that raised by Honourable Van Rooyen around the issue of the contractor himself, indeed, when we went out on tender, and obviously we work within the parameters of the CIDB as we follow the CIDB. Hence, I said earlier on to then say again the magnitude of the project itself in terms of even the value. So you only were looking at attracting grade 9 contractors, obviously that they can really handle over 200 million in terms of the value of construction. So, and in that regard, so we managed to attract all of those particular big companies that South Africa can really bring to boast, and that is why we ended up with those particular kind of companies. And indeed, as you correctly then say, in terms of the demographics that you saw yesterday, and I think it is what I think we faced with in terms of the nature of the industry itself. But how we then correct that, basically, we have made it mandatory in the project, in all of these projects, and we always make it mandatory in all of them to ensure that at the end of the day, there is observance of what the 30% then allocated to SMMEs and the development of other smaller contractors that need to come in. Hence, in the packages that these guys are dealing with, there is, packages of work that we've spoken just clearly to then say they need to start looking at attracting and involving, those, black-owned contractors that can really be brought into the picture, because we need to then grow them. Because part of what we want to monitor is to then say, out of all of those people, how much value have they done in terms of the CIDB? Where can they really grow? If somebody then grows from grade 5 to grade 6, that for us becomes developmental in terms of our focus. And I think that is what we need to look at. And added to that, it was an issue around the women. Indeed, in terms of, if you look at that slide that we presented around the development extras, it is something else that we noticed in terms of the workers and how we basically begin to dissect the gender there, and we said deliberately, and that's the matter that we set together with the STP and the teams to then say, and including the CEOs of these companies to then say, we have also to look in terms of the gender mainstreaming and the transformative nature of this, that this project must drive. And I think we have made a statement with them to then say we need to look at in terms of as this project progresses, then we need to start making sure that there is a clearer balance in terms of the involvement of the females as well as the males, that we need to then look at balancing the numbers. And I think that has been issued formally to all of the contractors, and it's one of the issues that we're monitoring. Hence, we're then saying it in the various stages. We're really looking at ensuring that we amplify that number. Indeed, as you look at it now, the optics are not good in terms of what we see with regards to the number of females involved in the project. So that is a matter that we assure members that we particularly have had a conversation even right at the beginning of the project when we handed over to the contractors, and it's something else that we monitor. But you will start to see ramp up in that regard. So I think the other point that was raised was the issue around the assurance, and completely from I'm relating to what Honorable Van said, as well as Honorable Baden-Haas. Then, so what are the assurances? And I think, like as we said before, is to then say, indeed, it's a very tight program, but we're very clear that we have put in risk management processes that myself and STP and the team are driving to make sure that at the end of the day, if there is any particular kind of a risk is dealt with, and we deal with it at that particular point in time. Hence the inauguration of the project steering committee to just deal with matters that relates to the budget and that is a party involvement, where that project steering committee, as STP has indicated before, you then have National Treasury in participation. We have got Department of Public Works and Infrastructure at DG level participating. Then you have also, in the observance of the Auditor General at a particular point. So we are all, focusing on in creating a better environment for us to manage those particular risks. And I think one of the key advantages of the project is that there's a flow of funds. Very clearly flowing funds, and then that we keep this particular program, well in a with clear working capital. So, and I think that is basically the point. And one of the critical aspects is the relationship that particularly also do exist with Parliament as well as the City of Cape Town, to make sure that issues that they have to relate to the bylaws, we then have to work together, including what has been raised about the closure of the street. It is the kind of a conversation that happened between yourself and the City of Cape Town to then begin to indicate as to what is the rationale for that. And I think it is more looking at the intensity of the intensity of the works and in terms of the problem. And if you look at even there was an issue of parking. There was an issue of parking that was raised. That particular issue of parking. I think that's one reality that members need to bear with us in terms of that's why we didn't really have a place to do site establishment. Hence, we then asked to enclose some of the parking to then utilize it as the site offices, because we needed to have a site offices and established there. And then what we did alternatively was then to even commit to then get some spaces outside Parliament, to then buy some spaces and land for parking, so that we can really, in the meantime, while this construction is taking place, then some members could really then park there. And I think that provision has been made. It may not be enough in that regard, but I think it is something else that we then took consideration of, to say, how do we mitigate for the lack of parking? Hence, we're then paying parking on the other side to try and accommodate to compensate for the parking that is lost and then turned into site offices. And if you look at Trancon now, just next to the dome, that's why now you see we then have Trancon at that dome. So that's the constraints that really we really want members to bear with us in terms of just the process itself, because otherwise we were going to have even a situation whereby the Trancon was not going to really have any particular space for them to establish and for them to work. And we even went further to even bring in the two companies to then work together in terms of our methodology, to make sure that ultimately there is synchronization and integration on the site. And to an extent that we said to them, we need to work together, because the other one is established on the other side outside the Parliament, is because that's the space that we could really have. So I think members would just appreciate that we have a challenge of space, but I think it's a matter of time in terms of the completion of this. So I think the fire issues, Mr. Mashego has covered it properly. Yes, we really took very clear and conscious approach in terms of the design, because the fire issue. The rational fire design becomes an important element, and that's why at the end of the day we do have those fire consultants that are sitting with us and monitoring this all the time. So I think the other point was more the issue that to relate to I think it was more I think Mr. Mashego covered it today, obviously the issue of the rubble removal. And then and that has been taken care of. I don't think I need to repeat that particular part. I think I would covered some of those particular areas. And as I said, we also do appreciate Anon Kalipi will look in terms of improving around ensuring that the presentation become quite much more succinct in terms of the process. And I think, as we proceed down the line, we don't have to be telling you what we've told you yesterday. I think it's going to be important for us to then be very clear and focused around, where are we? And then where are we supposed to be and where are we? And then what are we doing to deal with that aspect? And I think that is, and including the progress as well as the expenditure to that effect. So we'll certainly improve on that particular aspect. I think it's just more in the beginning now that we wanted to then give you more of this of the information that is required. But I think so far we're happy with the questions that are really helping us to shape up and ensure that we succeed in this program. Thank you so much, Chair.
I didn't hear you responding to my questions on the two numbers.
Okay. No, we. I don't know. I thought. I don't know, maybe it's just a coincidence in terms of the names, but in terms of our process, we did at the procurement level, we did detailed due diligence, we did the procure checks. What we normally do is that before appointment, we do procure checks and begin to check as to what is the relationship of the owners of the companies with the various politically exposed persons or public office bearers. And that in our probity, that has never really came up with and pointing out to the relationship that we may have picked up in relation to Honorable Badenhorst and Van Rooyen. So it may just be maybe the issue of that, but maybe I think from where we are sitting, we have done that due diligence. We haven't really picked up that there is any particular kind of relationship in relation to what we picked up from our systems. So yeah, that is just to answer it that way, unless maybe members can also then clarify themselves, Honorable Chair, whether there is any particular kind of relationship. But from our side, we have done thorough procure checks, and it gets even deeper to an extent that we didn't find any relationship at this point in time. Not that we're relating it to them, because we didn't even at that time know that Honorable Van Rooyen is in that particular committee, nor in a particular area. Thank you so much. I hope I've answered it.
I see they have raised their hands. Maybe they wanted to all this and Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have some follow-up questions based on what the answers was given now. So maybe just
I said Honorable Des Van Rooyen first, Honorable Badenhorst. I said Honorable Des first, then we'll come in.
Chair, let me pass my weight of gratitude to the responses. But I must also indicate, Chair, that on a lighter note, I check with this contractor or someone who was representing a contractor there with, using my surname or using the same surname as mine. And we agreed with him that we must share our family trees so as we trace the lineage. Because apartheid has messed our identity and origin big time. So maybe there might be somewhere where we come together, and it was a joke to the two of us. But I can assure you, Chair, there's no direct relationship, not unless the family tree exercise proves otherwise. So rest assured, Chair, there's no direct relationship with the said individual. Chair, I'm a bit worried, on how some of the members of this committee are conducting themselves. I think to a certain stage, I thought this is more personal, but I said to myself, maybe let me give it time. Because at some stage we are speaking about salary scales. One name was mentioned, that is of the Secretary of Parliament. Now we are talking, a member is raising a question about the benefit from this project. And one name is being mentioned, is of the Secretary of Parliament. And I think in the first instance, Chair, you were able to call this thing to order as the co-chairpersons of this committee, that if you need information about the salary scale, it should not be about an individual. So I thought we learned from that. But it's clear that some of us didn't learn because we are so persistent in terms of continuing to attack individual members of this committee or maybe of parliament on the basis of something that some of us don't know. So I will question against such conduct, Chair. And I'm going to plead with yourself and as the leadership of this committee, please protect officials of parliament. And I'm not speaking here as a union representative. I'm speaking here as a public representative who believes in black excellence, you know. And I think we are just entertaining as a committee issues of the AG's report for the past 3 years or more. And we have seen the consistency of the opinion of the AG on parliament and the leadership of black leaders. So it can be correct, Chair, that parliament and the leadership of the secretary who's black is being singled out, even if we are warned and we are educated about how to approach issues of accountability and oversight. We keep on repeating this. Now we are bringing his family on board. Chair, I don't think this is fair. You'll have to come to the defense of the officials, because if it's about an individual, why can't this question be extended to all officials of parliament? I don't think this is fair, Chair, and I don't think one is biased on raising this concern, because I've been observing this thing continuing, and at some stage I thought, as the leadership of this committee, you have arrested it, but it's continuing. I think, Chair, you need to come strong here. This is not correct. We can't victimize people just because maybe you have nefarious reasons that the committee doesn't know. If you got a case against the STP, because it's clear, Honorable Bender he seems to be having an issue about the STP. He must come out clear and let us know and present the facts. He can't victimize parliament officials in our presence, and then we are quiet about it, Chair. Please, Chair, make a ruling on this matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Des. Honorable Kalipi.
Maybe I was also shocked.
My apologies, Honorable Kalipi. I think Honorable Bajan also raised their hands before.
Yeah,
so
maybe I must come first because I also want to contribute on this issue. Maybe you'll come and clarify. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I want to say, Chair, I was also shocked. In fact, I didn't hear him because he spoke for long. But when the SCP was responding, I was so shocked. Maybe in order for us as members, because we need to know what informs that question. Because I also think that you can't just come and ask if STP has benefited from the project. You must explain what informs you that to pose that kind of a question to an STP. Because if we are going to throw questions like that, tomorrow I'll be coming and ask you, the co-chair of this committee, did you benefit? And if you said, no, I didn't, then there's also a picture that has been painted against your name. And other day, it will be the speaker, it will be the chair of the National Council of Provinces. So what I'm saying, Chair, is quite important to go to details. If you have an information, if anyone, including the STP, has benefited from the project of Parliament, come with the details so we can talk about the details. But just to pose a question and then ends there, what are you trying to say? What are you saying? Are you personal, or do you have an information that the STP has benefited from the project of Parliament? If there is no detail or there's no information, at the end of the day, is it allowed just to throw such questions and leave and paint a bad picture against the STP of Parliament. So therefore, we as members, since it has been raised here, Chair, we deserve to know what informs that question so we can conclude on the matter. And if there is no evidence pointing to that effect, let us deal with the matter and also try to say this is not okay. Because at the end of the day, this is the STP who represent the Parliament of South Africa, which is the institution that needs to be protected by all costs. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Kalipi. But Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me start off by saying, Honorable Chair, I find it strange that I've been criticized for trying to protect the very institution that the members are part of. And it's our jobs as members of Parliament to ask probing questions. And the STP is the accounting officer of Parliament. And this is a massive project. So to explain, the Department of Public Works and Industry and Infrastructure under Minister De Lille 3 years ago had the Kuga Development Corporation do a detailed assessment of the damage to Parliament. And that Kuga detailed assessment
Chairperson Kolu, please note my
528 million rand.
Honorable Badenhorst.
I didn't interrupt any of the other members, Chair. So please protect me.
Honorable Badenhorst. Yeah, Honorable Des, I noted your hands. I didn't know it's a point of order. Yes, I can see your hand, but I didn't know that it's a point of order. Is it a point of order?
Indeed, Chair. I made a specific request. Could you please rule on the statement uttered by Honorable Panel, because there's no time for him to defend himself. I've called a point of order. I've called him to order, and I ask you to rule on that. Please rule,
yes.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Badenhorst, I thought I was listening to him about this response, but I think, as you correctly put it, you and Honorable Kalipi, it is unfair for Honorable Badenhorst to ask that kind of a question because it's a member amongst ourselves as honorable members, and specifically referring to the STP as somebody who have benefited and through ourselves, because we at one issue that they have heard from anywhere, they should rise and write to us as the chairperson, the co-chairpersons. Then we'll do the questioning and the responding to that. It is us, Honorable Badenhorst, in fact, Honorable Van Ryn. Unfortunately, we're not there when we started with our oversight. I indicated that we are members of Parliament, we are not contractors. But it seems that some members of Parliament, especially in this committee, they've got more interest on the contract itself rather than playing oversight. So I think, Honorable Chair, Honorable Van Ryn, this has to come to the being clarified. If there is anything that we need to clarify. Honorable Kalipi?
Sorry, I missed
No,
you.
your line is becoming very bad. We didn't hear most of the things.
My line is bad.
It's bled. It's bled.
Is it? Oh, I thought I'm audible enough. So I think what your point that you are raising, yes, indeed, it is disrespectful and it is unacceptable for Honorable Badenhorst to insinuate that
Your connection is terrible,
yes,
Chair.
Yes, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, well, that's better, but we lose you
Yes.
on and off.
Can you hear now? Can you hear now?
We can hear you now, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, thanks very much. I think all of us, we know that when coming to this time, we might find the network challenge. So, honourable members, I think it is for me to just indicate it to any honourable members at no stage who don't have the right to insinuate that there are people who have benefited in the project without at least having a proof. If there is anything that we suspect, write to us, then we'll take it from there. Then we'll write to, make sure that we get the relevant response to the committee. And I know sometimes when we are here, we want, because we know this meeting has been televised, we want to hear, show people that we can ask the questions, but the part of asking questions, it must have the respect to an individual and the respect to an office, because all of us here, we are honorable members and we need to be respected, and we also need to respect our officials in that regard. Honorable Badenhorst, I hope whatever that will be talking to now, it will not talk to the personal approach of the STP or as an individual or even the family. Raise the question in terms of the project. And I believe that it's not a matter of there's an interest that we want to get out of the project, because our role as members of parliament is to play oversight and make sure that at the end of the day, we want to see the building being finalized and refurbished and finalized and handing over to the committee. The issue again, honourable members, I thought I'll raise it after the meeting when on my closing remark. I can hear that, Honourable Badenhorst, you are continuously talking about the public works being sidelined. There's no such. The public works is part of the steering committee. On my opening remark, I indicated that at this stage, it is this office that is receiving the report from the steering committee that also include the public works. Immediately after the project being finalized, then we'll hand over to the public works. There's no way that the public works can play any other role there while we are still here as a committee of Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management. There's no way. So that part, please stop asking about it, because it will never happen. Public works will come in after every project, all the project has been finalized, then we'll hand over to public works. You are chairperson of the select committee of public works there, and fortunately you are part of the committee here as a part of the joint standing committee. But please, the issue of public works being sidelined, no, there's no such. It is part of the standing committee there, and then they are responding. They are reporting to us. Thanks very much. I think I made it clear, honourable members. These are my last two hands, and I'm no longer going to accept any other hands, because we are not now dragging this meeting for unnecessary debate. Honourable Badenhorst, that is our last hand.
Thank you very much, and I'll be very brief. I have been promised a separate meeting regarding issues around the STP salary, so Speaker, I have promised that, and we'll have that meeting forthwith. Let me get back to tonight's meeting and the oversight we are doing over the rebuild project. First of all, Chair, Public Works, and this is in response to my initial question, Public Works, the responsibility shifted for the building from the Department of Public Works to Parliament. Now, Guiama, Section 17 is very clear. That has to be gazetted. And I do not have proof of the fact that that decision was gazetted by the Minister of Public Works. So if I can just ask STP to give us that assurance that that gazette did happen, and in terms of Section 17 of Guiama, that'll be good. Secondly, the Auditor General has indicated to us, and I've got it in writing, that they are not going to audit the rebuild process. As the STP said, I need to go and consult with the Auditor General, and I did do that. And the Auditor General assured me that they are not going to audit the rebuild project. They're not going to audit the procurement of the DB. So we have a problem.
Chair, which point are we on now? We can't just being abused here without knowing which point are we dealing with on now, Chair. Can you just protect us?
Well, Chair, if I can get a chance to finish, then it'll become clear.
Yeah, please, man. We can't be abused here. It's very late.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Honorable members, please. We are not. There's nothing that the STP and the committee. So let Honorable Badenhorst finish. Then we'll take it. Can you finish your question, Honorable Badenhorst?
Point of order, very much. And point of order. The Auditor General said that the procurement process will not be audited.
Honorable, point of order, please. I've been raising my hand all along.
Yes.
Chair,
Honorable,
in as far as I'm concerned, we are being misled, and the public is being misled here. We have never resolved that. We'll have a separate meeting where we interrogate the salary scale of the STP. We said we are going to interrogate the salary scales of all employees of Parliament. So please, Honorable Badenhorst mustn't conveniently distort the resolutions of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Badenhorst, we are going to respond to all the questions that Honorable Badenhorst is asking. Honorable Badenhorst, can you finish the questions, please?
Chair, I just want to make my point that the Auditor General said that they are not going to audit the procurement process of the rebuilding of Parliament. So that was the first point I wanted to make. The second point I wanted to make, and my question wasn't answered, on when did on what design was this budget based? Because originally the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure 3 years ago, long before I became involved in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, had commissioned the Kuga Development Company to do an assessment on the damage to Parliament. And they came up with an old Assembly refurb budget of 528 million rand and the National Assembly refurb project of 1 billion rand. Now that's 1.528 million rand. My question would be on what design was that Kuga assessment then based? That was handled in the 6th Parliament, and we need to get answers on that, because otherwise we will never understand how this project jumped from 1.5 billion to 4.6 billion. Thank you very much, Chief.
Honorable Badenhorst, there was a question that I've raised between you two and with Honorable Van Rooyen. Your question, you have never responded to that. What is your relationship with the contractor there?
Chair, thank you very much for that question, and thank you for the opportunity to also address that. And let me be clear, the Badenhorst family came into South Africa in the 1600s, and it's very likely, unlike common surnames like Ndlovu or Van Rooyen, Badenhorst is not a common surname. So it's highly likely that there's some generational, maybe 10 or 5 generations apart, some relationship between myself and this person called Badenhorst. All I can say is he's been on site for longer than 24 hours, which is more than what Van Rooyen can say about his chieftainship of the MK party. So I'm not the relation of this Badenhorst.
Don't respond, don't answer about other person.
So what has to do with guys? He is abusing us, this person here.
Yes,
you are abusing us now. We just cloud issues that does not belong here. Don't talk politics here, because when we venture into politics, we won't like it.
Honorable Badenhorst, we wanted only respond. You should not have mentioned any other person. When Honorable Van Rooyen responded, he made mention of himself. He never mentioned other people. You must stick to the questions and respond straight to the point. That's what we want. Don't bring all these other issues. That is what is the reason when we have questions for clarity, you are bringing things that are not there, that the committee have never resolved on. So
and he's confirming that is a land thief. He came here to South Africa when? Nonsense.
Honorable Kalipi, please. Honorable Badenhorst, straight to the point.
Chair, I have no idea who this person Badenhorst is apart from his surname.
Thank you.
So that is what I said.
Thank you. I see the Honorable Helen.
Yes. No, thank you, Chair. You know, Chair, listening to our discussion here and the manner in which aspirations were cast on the STP was unfortunate. And Chair, it's important to remember that the people of South Africa are observing our work in this committee, and our actions must reflect integrity and fairness. If you look at the conversation that took place now, where issues were brought in from the past, we've already discussed the designs. We've already been through that in prior meetings. If there are other areas that need to be brought forward and put on the agenda, I would have expected Honourable Barnos to have approached you and say, look, can you put this on the agenda? There's a report from Kucha. Let's discuss it. I think there is a way that we need to conduct ourselves. And in this manner, I really don't think it was actually a fair interpretation. It didn't reflect integrity and fairness, Chair. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I also want to clarify the Auditor General's response on the issue that Honorable Baden was indicated. Auditor General said they are not doing the real-time audits. They never said they are not auditing at all. So I think that has to be clarified. Let me now give the co-chair to come in. Before that, can I allow the Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker?
Thank you very much, Chair and Co-Chair, for giving us an opportunity to respond. I think the team, both our implementing agent, the DBSA, and our team led by the STP in Parliament have responded to technical questions that have been raised. But I just thought I needed to reflect on some of the issues that were made, because we are, as this committee, in somewhat a fortunate and unfortunate position. And I'm saying this deliberately because we are taking on a project that precedes us. And I do think that when we started doing the orientation, the team took us through when this project of the rebuilding started in the 6th administration. They also took us through the process of what had happened following the fire, both in terms of the investigation of officials that were affected, the issues that SAPS are dealing with in respect of the people who were there at the time. That was done. But also, they took us through the process that was followed both by DPW and Parliament in looking at the damage and heritage South Africa. They also informed us of a decision that was taken by Public Works in transferring this project of rebuild to Parliament, which was understood and agreed upon by the three parties: Parliament, Public Works, and National Treasury. I'm raising this, Chair, because if there are issues that are brought into the debate today about Giama, actually it's a misplaced question to Parliament. That question must be raised with Public Works in respect of whether or not when they took that decision of transfer, they followed the Giama process. Because it cannot be asked of Parliament and for the STP to produce a document. The actual party that must be asked of that decision, of that proof, is Public Works. And there was agreement also that in the rebuild, Public Works, Parliament, National Treasury, the implementing agent will form a steering committee. And I do think, Chair, that we should also reflect maybe not us, but the relevant Committee of Public Works, to ask the question from the department, what participation, how often have they been participating in the steering committee? Because it cannot be that we must now answer what Public Works, is doing or not doing. But also the accounting responsibility for Public Works is in the Public Works portfolio and select committees respectively. And I don't think it will be a misnomer for those committees to ask the Public Works, because it is a member of the steering committee. Seated here as one of the EAs, and I'm sure my counterpart, who have never received a complaint that Public Works have not been given, the invitation to meetings of the steering committee, so that as executive authority, we can actually follow up to check what is the problem. We had a meeting with the Minister of Finance as part of the consultations with the EAs, who confirmed that he himself is putting an eye on this project because DBSA, as our implementing agent, is reporting to him as the Minister of Finance and Department. And I do want to also remind all of us that in the earlier presentation about the briefing, we were informed that consultation in the 6th administration also involved the political element of parliament, which is your chief whips, who also reported to their respective parties on the rebuild and the designs to which they were taken, through. So some of the decisions which might have changed what Kuka had done, I think must be understood in that context. That it was no more just refurbishing what was built, but it also involved a process of rebuilding. And if we, as the 7th Administration Joint Standing Committee on Parliament, feel that maybe the 6th Parliament shouldn't have taken that decision, it should be understood in that context, not as though the technical staff and the implementing agency, went on without that political approval being given. Chair, I also want to raise my own concerns that if there are issues of integrity and there are issues of doubt, it is important that we raise those issues substantiated. Because for me, we are all responsible to ensure the integrity of this process from all involved. Not only on this project, on the work of the institution in its entirety. And I think we do need to reflect on how we deal with those issues so that we do not come across as though there are undertones that may not be explained. Because if you look at the work of the institution, there are various programs and projects that we get, involved in, and some of them we drive. We report to this committee in terms of the spend of the resources of this institution. And we subject ourselves where there are issues of concern, that those will be raised in a manner of ensuring that we do indeed run our processes with ethical conduct and integrity that is merited. And when there are concerns, that members will raise those concerns and we will come back and clarify where there's need for clarity. And Chair, I want to also indicate that and put it in its correct context. There were issues that were raised, in some of the meetings by Honorable Siwisa, by Honorable Badenhorst and others, which reflected on the organogram of Parliament and the HR-related issues. Some of those were responded in meetings, and we agreed as this committee that we will come back on a separate note where we have a meeting as this committee to deal with all of those issues that were not resolved then, and be able to deal with those matters that need, not be dealt with in committee. And we also appreciated that, we are dealing with individual human beings who are our staff, but also who deserve our respect in how we handle their matters. And we had made a commitment, and in terms of the programming, we were informed that that meeting of dealing with the structure of Parliament, its organogram, its functionality, and how we deploy our human resources in this institution will be dealt with separately. And also understanding both the policy of HR, because you would recall that in one of the meetings, there was even a debate about what is referred to as talent acquisition, which in the discussion, it was seen as though it's a different structure. And it had to be clarified that no, talent acquisition is a strategy to how we actually bring in required talent for the work that we do in Parliament, and therefore how we fill the post. And that was a strategy, not a committee that is informed of people from outside. And we also agreed that we needed to look at the pay structure of Parliament. There was also an issue that was raised about the PSO, for instance, which relates to the two regimes that this Parliament has in terms of pension, where you have got other matters that come from pre-1994, which had a particular dispensation in terms of the PSO and also with GPF. And again, we agree that those matters and their intended issues we will have to bring back, because there has been concerns by staff about the treatment of these two, pension regimes. And we agreed that all the package of those issues, we will require a separate meeting for them. So it was not specific to one official's, conditions of service. And I think Chairperson and the co-chair at that time, you prevailed on us. And I would like to remind us once again that we had said in the programming, the two chairs and the secretary will actually put a separate meeting where we deal with all of these matters that were not dealt with at a particular time, which really deals about how in the core business of Parliament, we are actually resourcing it appropriately, both in terms of personnel as well as financial resources. Thank you very much, Chair. I just thought I needed to respond to some of those matters that arose in this discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker, for also reminding us on our resolutions, especially taking it from the sixth Parliament, and also in terms of our, when we were inducted here, the reminder of what transpired. Can I now co-chair?
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Chair, just before you conclude and take us to the conclusion of the meeting, I think it is important, as some of the members here have raised this evening, that this is a joint standing committee on the financial matters of Parliament. And yes, we have a responsibility, like in all committees, as an oversight function and so on. But I think we must really avoid a situation, number one, where we abuse the notion of oversight and then ask questions in a way which are clearly directed at individuals without any substantiation. I think, as you've ruled, co-chair, if that becomes a practice in this committee, I think we're going to have serious problems. Everyone knows that when you are going to target or you want to target a particular member, and it's even different in the case of an official, you need to have something substantial, and there's different ways of raising these matters. So I think it was, for me, very concerning, as other members have said. I think the second issue, and I just, would like to appeal to the honourable member, in the way that one responded to the question about surnames. As you ruled, Chair, it wasn't the task of the honourable member Badenhorst to now say that his surname is less common than your surname, than honourable member Van Rooyen's surname. I think, I would just really appeal to the member to reflect on his conduct, because it doesn't help us in this committee, and the other issues have been dealt with by the Speaker. I just wanted to raise those points in support of how you've summarised them, Chair. Thanks.
Honourable members, also the South Africans have now thoroughly and
We've lost you, Chair.
My apologies. I didn't see that I was muted. Honourable members, we have witnessed the magnitude of the rebuilding project. We would like to thank the DBSA, the Parliamentary Project Management Team, for the work they have been doing, and wish them well in their efforts to complete the project on time and, of course, very importantly, within the budget. Thank you very much, DBSA and Dr. Rampele. Members in this meeting have also again highlighted that in the restoration of the building that will be the seat of the Parliament of the people, South Africans, we also have highlighted that it is also important to raise the issue of the transformation agenda, which also have to include the black and the women. I think it's one area that we have raised that has to make sure that the contractor, especially the implementing agent, has to also look at. As the chairperson of the committee, I've heard the concern around questions that could impair any official, in this case the STP, character and dignity. As members of this committee, if we have serious and legitimate concerns related to any official, we should raise this in an appropriate, fair and respectful manner. The dignity and respect we demand Parliament at all levels, including the ST team, is reminded to provide the committee with the information agreed to in the meeting, including the revised presentation reflecting the correct days. I think that one we have spoken to. So it is very much important, honourable members, to make sure that as we come to the meeting, we know that we are not here to attack any officials or to attack anybody. We are here to build. And if you have a proposal that you want to raise, you must raise issues as a proposal, not tell yourself that I'm going to the meeting to attack the so and so because this is what I've seen. It does not help. Not at all, because all of us, we are human beings, and we also request that in future, if there is anything, maybe to the DBSA, let's try by all means to make sure that when we come to the meeting, we also have
your line is extremely bad. We can't hear you fully.
Things does not take us back, for us to make sure that we understand and we resolve this matter. Now, can you hear me now? Honourable members, hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Your line is really bad.
Okay. No, thanks very much, honourable members. I think the meeting again, and I've said what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Let's meet next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.